Hello, hello. Good evening. And welcome to um a game opening scene that doesn't mean anything to us yet. But also really nice music on the main screen. Oh my goodness. It's live. The Romance Festival is live. There's so many games included. There's so many demos included as well. I have like, I think 9. I have 9 demos specifically that I already have like on my backlog where I'm like, yeah, okay, that is a lot to check out. I don't have a proper plan in place though. I was just like, yeah, well, there's many games. There's many games. We're just gonna do whatever I get around to doing, basically. So we're gonna jump right in. I did it for one game. I did look into how much of the game the demo apparently has for like one game. And it said like around an hour. And I was like, oh, okay, that's nice. That's good, pretty good. Except I forgot what game that was for. And also, definitely when I'm doing it on stream, it's probably going to take longer than an hour anyway. So, tough luck. Hi, welcome in, Akire. Also, let me pin this one. This is perfectly prepared. I'm perfectly prepared now. How are you? This game that we're starting with is Taishō Romance Theater. It opens. Oh, excuse me. It opens up with an audience advisory, actually. Featuring grotesque imagery, including exposed entrails. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm gonna keep it on because one, I don't know if that's actually going to affect us in the demo already, and two, okay, I personally don't mind, but just so everyone is aware. For all of the demos that we're playing, all of the demos that we're going to be playing, I've tried to put all ways that you can support the devs. So both the Steam page where you could wishlist them, because wishlisting always is good exposure for them, and also when they have, which most of them do, have HIO pages. If I might ask, I would appreciate it if people clicked on the HIO pages, even if it's like not necessarily a game that you are interested in playing, simply for the fact that a lot of games on HIO get delisted most recently because of the whole payment processes issues. So maybe people clicking on links from outside HIO is gonna at least help with the exposure on that part. You just finished playing a demo of it and you weren't sure about. I see. Would you care to tell me the name? Then I could check if it's one I have on my list as well. That would be funny. I have a few where I was asked if I was interested in them, and then a few more where it's just like, okay, these interest me, so I'm gonna see if I can get around to those. That one does ring a bell. I think that one does ring a bell. Yeah. Oh, not that one specifically. I guess the prequel, the other one that's already out, does ring a bell. Oh, that's cute though. Definitely. Because they have, yeah, hold on. The other one is Our Life Beginning and Always. I've had that one on my wishlist, despite it being a free game. I've had that one on my wishlist forever. Ah, the base game is free. And this is the new one. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know what's going to happen in this one. I like the The main screen though, and the music. I'm always a sucker for some good piano. And how this works with my mouse cursor. It does not work very well with my cursor because it's like, that show is new in the middle of the spotlight. Well, let's get into it. Because I don't know how long this is gonna be. I was just like, okay, well, I have 3 days planned for just this week to get through demos. But if the demos are really, really long, or much longer than I expect them to be, then oopsie. I'll just have to do more. I also put the text at the fastest it goes because of my preferences, so I just hope that's not going to hurt us in any way. Or maybe take a look at that as well. I think most of the people on my friend list that actively play visual novels, especially indie visual novels, have played that one. And I've only heard good things about it, but I cannot speak on it properly myself because I haven't gotten around to doing it. I think I might be dreaming. And I think the music is maybe a little loud. We'll see. A warm soft darkness wraps around me. In a boundless distance, specks of light glimmer like emeralds. I drift in this amniotic blackness, which bathes my bare eyes, ears, nose, and mouth in bliss. Are you... That is a ghost hand. That is an incredibly pale hand. What is going on? As a brilliant jade hue engulfs my body, the stars begin to blink in unison. And from the furthest depths from within me, from such an intimate darkness, rises a chorus of sighs, so familiar that it brings tears to my eyes. Here you are. Something brushes gently against my cheek, delicate as a feather. It stirs a breath of air that leaves ripples in my vision. Even smaller than I thought, so it's been this long. I want to open my mouth to ask whose voice this is, but what reaches my senses even before the voice is a taste, bitter and impossible to describe. Why can't I remember your name, no matter how hard I try? At some point, I'm not sure when, a feather-like sensation gently settled over my face. Oh, that gently does not fit in its text box. Why are you making that face? That's not like you at all. Well, I'd like to gaze at you a little more, but this place is not for you. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Kotori. Kotori Sakuma. Next time we meet, don't forget me. Kotori. Kotori. My head hurts. Who's calling me? Oh. Oh, you're all pale as ghosts. Okay. Fair. Are you alright? Come on, wake up. A voice tinged with concern, someone gently shaking my shoulder. I pry my eyes open, the familiar interior of the car swims into view, and so does Kazuya, his face tall with worry. Thoughts and memories fall back into place. The din outside seeps through the windows as the car speeds along a road lined with gas street lamps. We're on the way to our new residence in Ginza. The troop leader, Kazuya, seems intent on settling down in Tokyo this time. No, I'm fine. I guess I just overslept. But you had some kind of dream where you couldn't even remember your name. Weird. Weird. Couldn't wake you up at all. Were you having a nightmare? My body's still sluggish from sleep and cold. Clammy sweat clings to my skin. In the car window I see my reflection, haggard and drawn. Average exposure to sun per day, 5 minutes. I think this is less than 5 minutes, actually. Or like average exposure to sun one day a week, and then like 5 minutes. Maybe I did dream of something, but no matter how I try, I can't dredge up the faintest memory of it. I glance at Kazuya. Anxiety is still written all over his face, and he's been so pale lately. Oh! Aha! For a moment I can tell which one of us looks more like they've just escaped a nightmare. I better not worry him. It's nothing, I'm just a bit tired. What about you? You didn't get any rest earlier. You look even worse than me. You were tossing and turning in your sleep. I thought you were having another flare-up. As long as you're fine now, that's all that matters. It's been a whole year. We can't expect everything to be like it was back then. The flare-ups, that's a long story. We were supposed to arrive in Tokyo a year ago to begin our tour. But maybe that's how accidents are, with no rhyme or reason. Something happened to our train that day, and I hit my head during the accident, so I can't recall much from before. Amnesia. By some stroke of luck, no one else in the trip was seriously injured. Only I was knocked unconscious for quite a while, leaving me with headaches to come and go. Since then, Kazuya has gotten overly worried about me. His own health has been getting worse too, though he's still in good spirits. Just like Hatsuyuki, she claims it's only from the shock, but whenever I say to take it easy or get some rest, she either doesn't answer or changes the subject. Well, I get some proper rest once the premiere is over. Things are fine for now. Thank you for caring so much about me. Anyway, Tokyo seems to have changed again. Did the tracks run this far out last time? It's quite the sight. What year is this game taking place in? 1920, according to that part on the main page. You can clearly tell that I did not read properly what it says about this game, by the way, because it quite literally mentions on the store page that our main character is amnesiac. That's on me. I'm so sorry. Would you look at that? We have another game for the amnesia trope. That's on me. I'm so sorry. 4 love interests, 13 different endings. It's a semi-fictionist world based on Japan's Taishō era, not area. Ah, and a true end only on the second playthrough. Ooh. Interesting. Yeah, not gonna lie, I was like, the art style looks cool. The art style looks cool, and that was all I cared about. Like, the art style looks cool. It's a VN. They have a demo out, and I was like, yeah, I'm in. That's all it needs. Sometimes you're able to read, not to. Yeah, exactly. This is a very much on brand for me, I feel. Okay, Taishō era. Okay. How does it feel to be back after so long? Kazuya's words leave me at a loss. Everyone says I grew up in Tokyo, but I only have the most fleeting impression of this vast city. Also, this might be a problem with all big cities, but everything here just feels suffocating. The buildings, the railway lines, the bustling throngs. Do I really fit in here? What was that? Nothing. Well, if you really want to know, I'm just a bit worried. Why does all of a sudden? We can't possibly be the only troupe in Tokyo, can we? So that's what's bothering you. It'll be fine. With you and Hatsuyuki here, all we need to do is keep doing what we've done during the tours. But I suppose it's good that you're so nervous. Who's nervous? Alright, have it your way. Well, Hamano-sensei gave me the script a couple of days ago. Want to go over it together tonight? Hamano-sensei came back. Hamano-sensei is a playwright on good terms with Kazuya. Kazuya has always held them in high regard and entrusted them with the script this time. Although Hamano-sensei is technically a member of the troupe too, they've always been elusive. I haven't seen them a single time in almost a week on the road. Tasty. Tasty, tasty datum pronouns. Like, it really doesn't take much to get me interested, to get me hooked on something. It's like, I like the initial presentation. You give me a character who's referred to by pronouns that are a little out there, that are not the usual, and it is a romance and some kind of mystery for sure. I'm in. I thought we were waiting a while longer. You mean it's just that no one told me? Sorry. I was planning to tell you once we got settled, since I've been on the go lately. Rest has to come first. I do have to say though, I mean, this is a demo and it's still in development, but whoever or however exactly they're making it so the text shows up, there's a few sentences where they need to fix the way it's wrapping around, because it's always like the last few letters, the last 1 or 2 letters that are unfortunately too long over here. Oh yeah, but this part here. This UI here in the settings is so cool. Look at that. I love that. We're almost there. Not this again. Fine, I'll let you off this time. So this is Ginza. Ginza! The closer I get to Ginza, the more I can sense Tokyo's opulence. My only real impression is of the crowds, but here at least the extreme value of every square foot of land is almost tangible. Living in a place like this, Kazuya said we have an investor's backing, but I still can't help feeling uneasy. Not to mention the car rental fee. We used to pinch pennies to make ends meet. Thoughts are further and further away, and by the time I regain my focus, Kazuya's already moved on to another topic. A gender-fluid character in a Ooh. It's such small things. It's such small things. But this is why I'm an indie game lover first. Because it's so easy. It's like you're the ones involved with writing these characters. It's so easy to just make them a tad different from what you see in big AA. I don't know how many A's they put at this point. Titles. It's so easy. You can make any type of character you want. But did I ever tell you about where we were staying? Sorry, what? Apart from mentioning it's in Ginza, he's never brought it up. It must have slipped his mind with everything going on. The house we're staying in, half the ground floor is rented out to a cafe. I hear it's quite a popular spot. Though coffee isn't really a novelty in Tokyo anymore, the fresh fruit ice cream is one of a kind. Oh, ice cream. Ice cream. I remember you and Hatsuyuki loved this back in school, and you were the only ones who could afford it. I almost say it's kind of weird eating cold treats in winter, but the look on Kazuya's face somehow stops the words in my throat. You can always eat ice cream. It's never too cold to eat ice cream. Ice cream is always good. It's Omi and Oki. Oh, that is cute. Oh, that is very cute. It's funny though that you mentioned German grandparents because I dreamt earlier that my very much German grandmother for some reason had kittens, even though she doesn't have a cat anymore. I was like, okay, interesting dream. It's like he's lost some memories. Huh, maybe I really did love those little treats back then. I'll give it a try if I get the chance. You still got some ways to go. Anything else in your mind? Ah, choices! Okay, one singular choice, but choices! Why sudden interest? Where to begin? I guess I'll start with how things were before the troupe came together. We first met in Sasage-sensei's piano class. You always had that stony face looking so glum. I couldn't really hold a conversation, so Hatsuyuki tried every trick to make you smile. We found out you liked ice cream only because she dragged you to try at the nearby cafe. You barely said a word, but you sure weren't shy with the food, so... Then you blurted something out, which is how we learned that you just thought it was so cool. Hey. As much as I'd love to shoot this down, that does sound like the kind of thing I do. Judging from Kazuya's expression, he could keep going. No, I don't think that'll go well. I like our main character. Very expressive face. This, let's leave it like that. Anything else? How have you two been lately? You and Hatsuyuki both look so worn out every day, and your mind's always wondering. Wondering. You two aren't keeping anything from me, are you? Yes. Good hairstyle. Like it. Wait. Oh yeah. I was like, what? Why does that emote look different? It's because I changed it. No, why would we? Yeah, right? Why would we keep anything from our amnesiac protagonist? I haven't even said anything, you're getting all worked up. Sorry, just what? I was teasing you earlier, but the truth is I also... Well, we've had so many delays getting to Tokyo, I didn't want to bring down the morale. Yeah, there's a bonk now. The bonk itself still doesn't work. Not that I worked on it, so it can't work, but we have an emote for it now. Isn't that cool? Kazuya forces a smile, but it seems rather strained. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pushed you like that, but you know you can talk to me about these things. Thank you. Yes, I know, you worry about me too, thank you. I can tell you have more questions, don't you? I guess I do. What's the script about? Amano-sensei said it's based on your... right, you don't remember. You once brought back a manuscript of an old play from quite a long time ago. Amano-sensei took a look and said it was very inspiring. Apparently this new script was influenced by it. I brought that. Yes, but that was ages ago, back when the trip was just getting started. The idea you gave the manuscript to Hamano-sensei. If you want it back, I'll ask them for it when they return. So yeah, sometimes I think he really takes things too seriously. It's fine, no need to bother.
Oh, cafe!
As we speak, the car makes a turn past a cafe sign. It veers away from the bright, bustling main street and comes to a stop in a narrow alley. All the glitter and glamour vanishes abruptly, along with the words I meant to say. Snow! The alley is deserted but neatly swept. The place before the doorway is lit by the dim glow of a yellow lamp. Cars carrying the other members are already parked up ahead, and people are moving back and forth with luggage. Alright, let's go. I didn't even notice Kazuya getting out. The coat draped over his arm adds to his gentlemanly air as he opens the car door on my side. Never mind. That's cold. Do we not have a jacket? Oh! Oh, he's way taller than I expected him to be. What the Oh my god. I thought he would be like a small guy. That is... okay. After so long inside the warm car, it slipped my mind how biting the wind would be. I hardly scramble back to grab my jacket, but Kazuya beats me to it. Shakes out the coat he's holding and wraps it around me. He buttons my collar, takes a step back, and looks me over head to toe, then nods in seeming satisfaction. There we go. Oh, and there's a change on the little portrait as well. That's nice. His faint scent of alcohol and antiseptic is now more noticeable than ever. Chilly air still brushes against my exposed skin, but for some reason I feel as if I'm burning up instead. I'll go in first. Oh. I'm trying to shake off this odd atmosphere, but as I hastily barge ahead, I forget to pay attention to my surroundings. Before I know it, I've crashed headlong into a young man who also... I guess this is just a style. I'm gonna stop mentioning it, because I think at this point it's just a style. That everyone looks like a vampire. It's not the pain that hits first, but a strange, cloyingly sweet smell like rotting fruit. Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. Are you alright, Sakuma-san? Kotori, are you okay? I'm fine. Sorry about that. I'm just glad you're okay. Let me carry those up for you. I wonder if we're, like, known to be really weak as well. Like, it's one thing that we're amnesiac, but it's like no one lets us do anything. Time for a break, at last. After unpacking the last suitcase, I've got no energy left for etiquette. I collapse onto the sofa, utterly spent. Leaning against a soft cushion, I stare blankly at the ceiling light for a while until I feel myself gradually reviving. And the gifts I brought. Ooh, oh, I love this. Gifts with the Polonia seals. I'm a big fan of how they do all of the UI stuff. There's still a jumbled heap in the corner, the Polonia seals on a wrapping gleam under the light. I receive these gifts every month, and practically have the pattern memorized down to the last detail, but they leave me inexplicably irritated. To be honest, I have no clue who's been sending them, but Kazuya told me they've been arriving backstage ever since my debut performances, always stamped with the same Polonia seals. It's most likely some young master or lady from a distinguished family since they get to use an emblem, but their taste is unfathomable. Most of the gifts just end up collecting dust. Look at the time. Kazuya's probably waiting at the rehearsal room by now. Forget it, I'll deal with this stuff later. Ooh! Scary. My hair's fine. I turn to glance behind me. It's empty. Nothing there at all. I definitely... It flashed, sure, but I didn't see what was flashing. Was that just my imagination? Why am I getting so paranoid? Hey, been waiting long? Not at all. This is a treat. There's so many CGs. Well, what? Half an hour in? Really? Wouldn't it be better to take a break tonight instead? I reflexively touch my face, as he notices and can't help but laugh. Don't worry, you haven't got eye bags. Here's the script. Why don't you take a look first? Yeah, we don't have eye bags. You sure do. He hands me a stack of neatly bound papers, the cover entirely blank. Yeah. Got any rice? Oh my, give me some. You've come at an unfortunate time. The aged rice is long gone. All that is left is the grain from the new harvest. Not a single bag. Not a single bag. If you want some, you have to come earlier tomorrow and ready your post, for the price has risen by 1 cent. Fine. I've still got dried fish at home. A change is good for the appetite. It's no big deal. I'm off. No need to see me out. Take care, sir. I need this radish. How long will radish leaves and dried fish fill your stomach? Ahem. Sensei, you're getting distracted again. My apologies, You seem down lately because of the unpaid wages. You're still a student. You needn't worry about these things. I'll be here for class no matter what. And I'm not thinking about school. It's just that I saw a job advertisement the other day for a newspaper. I was thinking, you write such fine essays, Sensei. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try, don't you think? And it pays so well. But it's been years since It doesn't matter, Sensei. There are lots of students eager to try their luck and in urgent need of your guidance. I'm out of firewood. The rice too. Where do these rats come from? Not a grain spared. And there's still the rent. Is it true? With no money, is there no hope? At least his pen can still write. In late spring, as warmth swiftly returns to the land, I receive an invitation from an old friend, and thus I journey to a temple within the mountains to behold the weeping cherry in full bloom. How have you been? He inquires of me. Perhaps due to the honey wine or the petals that flow within my cup, I find myself wholly intoxicated. The deepest truths of my soul, it seems, can only be spoken amidst such sweet scenery. Wait, why is it cut off? Kazuya doesn't seem surprised. Maybe it's a misprint. Never mind, I'll improvise for now. Ooh! Oh no! I get to improvise the script. Oh, that's... scary. Okay. Never did I think the pursuit of happiness would be so exhausting. Ooh! Wait, what? As soon as I speak that line, the remaining text is swept away by some unseen force. In its place, black lines write, squirm across the page, weaving themselves into new words faster than I can blink. The blood feels like it's boiling, surging through my veins, searing my throat. The pain blazes like I'm swallowing flames, as if raw flesh is being torn from my mouth to feed those growing black lines. My mind goes blank. When I manage to come to and flip ahead a few pages, the text is settled into a coherent story. There's no remaining trace of the distortion from before. My friend's face is steeped in the glow of dusk, and a faint memory stares. Well, that's not how it goes. My eyes are fine. Am I haunted or something? A dull ache blooms in my head. My temples draw tight, pounding. Those black marks imprinted on my retina still twitch spasmodically in the corners of my vision. As soon as I focus my gaze, they turn into perfectly ordinary blocks of type lying completely still. It's as if this is how they've always been, as if everything I just saw was a mere illusion. My dazed look must be too obvious. Kazuya puts down his script with a mix of confusion and concern back on his face. Is that all for today? My eyes kind of hurt. Sorry, I've crumpled the pages. You better take a break first. It's my fault. Should have made sure you got enough rest before talking about the script. I'll bring you a new copy when you're feeling better, alright? I really don't want Kazuya worrying about me. Before I know it, a lie comes rolling from my tongue to cover things up. Forget it. It's better to have him think I'm tired than to have him know I might be losing my mind. Kotori? Thanks, that sounds good. But I still need to read the script. Can I borrow yours for now? Uh-oh. I don't trust mirrors in these games. As the cold water splashes my face, there's a belated flare of pain in my forehead. Kazuya's copy of the script is also the altered version, but he wouldn't joke around like this, and he couldn't possibly be in cahoots with me to trick myself. In cahoots with yourself? Oh, okay. Everything seems as though it's always been this way. And I think I saw in the mirror. What is going on? Looks like curses and hauntings might not just be flights of fancy after all. Oh. Oh, Kotari. Huh? Hey, superstar, you don't look so good. It's because I've been giving you a hard time. Hatsuyuki. Only the sound of the familiar voice makes me realize I've been in a trance here for who knows how long. Droop's leading actress blinks at me. She's standing before me, her green eyes as vivid as two emeralds against her pallid skin, the gaze locked unwaveringly on my face. When did you get here? No, wait, did you get any rest? When? No, I guess around the time a certain Kotari was spacing out and his stomach started growling. Growling? Alright, let's go grab a bite to eat. You can't sleep on an empty stomach. Just think of it as keeping me company, okay? Tsuki takes my hand and pulls me off the sofa with a gentle tug, like a snare closing around a fledgling. My hand is so cold, but her eyes stay fixed on me, now it's slightly at the corners, like a cat, or bird, or fox, or some other sharp and sly creature waiting for my response. That's a lot of animals to choose from. I can't recall exactly how close we used to be, as classmates and friends. Despite that, I think I could lose my memory all over again and still be helpless to refuse her. How about the cafe next door, shall we? Oh wait, no, that was us, not her. Wrong voice. The cafe's fireplace is lit. We're here right at dinner time. The air's rich with warmth and the aroma of food, perfect for soothing strained nerves. It's been a while since we last shared a meal. Thinking about it as I nestle into a soft armchair in the corner that feels like a lifetime ago. Hatsuki calls the server over for the menu. While I flip through it, she pops her chin on her hand, staring straight at me. I give in, closing the menu and raising it to shade my face. I think I hear a laugh. Sound drifts across the table and winds its way into my ears. I'll have soda water and a sandwich, thanks. What about you? This one, I guess. There's a rustle from her side, then the menu is plucked from my hands. Hatsuyuki stacks the two hefty folds together and passes them to the waiting server. Once the server's gone, her gaze returns to me, her expression abruptly serious. Alright, enough of that. What's with you today? You seem so out of it, you look giving me a real scare. I'm not like Kazuya. I won't just let you get away with it and I'm fine. Her tone is light, but I know that she means it. There's no bluffing my way out from under that gaze. Not today. I'm not sure where to start. Then start from... arriving in Tokyo. How about that? If you say so. With Hatsuyuki's gentle eyes trained on me, a feeling slowly stirs. A sense that it might not be too bad to talk about this after all. When I finish my last sentence, Hatsuyuki is still watching me, silent and solemn. After a while, she smiles. There's something a little uncanny about it. Had any dreams lately? When I fell asleep in the car, I think I dreamt about something really important, but I can't remember what it was. Let me think. I'm sure you've heard all sorts of Japanese legends about gods and spirits, haven't you? There are more deities up in Takamagahara than there are grains of rice in a vat. Wait, are you serious? Since your show name is Sakuma, I'd say that's the most likely possibility. Here, hold up your hand. Look the light for me. Sakuma got to do with it. Even as I think this to myself, I'm already reaching out to unfold her small, cold hand in mine. That outflowing sensation revives within me, a restless current which seems to be drawn towards something, without the searing pain from before. What the hell? In Hatsuyuki's hand, specks of light emerge from nowhere. They flicker briefly, and as if needed by an invisible force, they condense into a little bird that glows with faint blue light. The young bird's downy grey feathers graze against my fingertips, leaving an airy wisp of warmth. It perches on Hatsuyuki's palm, head cocked to the side, looking very much like a duck. Is that a swan? When I finally managed to set out those words, Hatsuyuki burst into uncontrollable laughter, her shoulders heaving with mirth. In a blink of an eye, the little bird dissolves back into specks of light and fades with a chuckle. It's a duck, just a duck. But the point is, that's how it feels, isn't it? Something is about to burst out from within you and you have strange visions. Visions? Yes. Right, well... we've still got some time before the food comes, so I'll tell you a thing or two. Ooh. What you bear is an inborn talent. Gods generously bestow their drags upon the lucky few, and so we gain a sliver of power. Power that was never truly ours to wield. Who can say if it's a blessing or curse, but it invariably grants us some special abilities. And of course, it's passed down through the bloodline. That part isn't rigged. I'm not sure what exact terminology is used in Japan, but anyway, just think of it as sorcery, onmyodo or Shinto magic, that sort of thing. According to most... let's call them mages. According to most mages, there are two kinds of magic. One kind can be wielded by mages to study, though it still involves some simple rituals. The other is a unique magic, born from the fusion of oneself with these drags. It's known as a talent. Even within a single family, no two people share the same talent. I don't know what your talent is, but it's best to keep that to yourself. And that's because most mages have a strict taboo against magic that deals with the soul, or life and death. If everyone were to treat life and death so carelessly, the world would be thrown into chaos. This kind of magic also takes a tremendous toll on the body. My point is, keep your secrets, even from me. If the burden upon the body, or here, Tsuyuki lifts her hand and taps her temple, becomes too great, a mage's flesh will gradually mutate into a more primitive state until they transform into a monster, mindless and deathless. Most cults process reversion, and so far there seems to be no way to undo it. Okay. You mentioned earlier that I'm named Sakuma, so that's why you brought it up. Just like I carry the name Baryakinskaya. The Sakuma family is renowned in Japan too, after all. Oh. But your last... Okay. When we first met, you were just an ordinary person. I never expected it to turn out like this. Maybe it was an accident. I failed to protect everyone. Oh no. Tsuyuki's voice gradually lowers and her expression clouds. Her fingers twist together. Accidents can't be predicted, that's just how they are. The waiter arrives at the tray and starts to arrange the dishes before us. Only then does this transient space of ours awaken from its heavy silence. The sandwich exudes just the right amount of heat, and the wet-thin aroma of the toast mingles evenly with the fragrance of the scrambled eggs and steak. Combined to the lettuce sprinkled with sauce, it all sparks a rare thought with me. It seems worth a try. I mean, you already ordered it, you might as well eat it, no? Before Tsuyuki sets a plate of cognac drizzled with black syrup. She frowns as she struggles to swallow an entire piece. She once said that she hates the sort of thing since it's like biting into a limpid, slimy I might be making my doubts too apparent. After catching a breath with a gulp of lemonade, Hatsuki begins to speak, uncharacteristically hesitant. Don't give me that look. I need to keep in shape these days. I don't want to have to adjust my costume later. How do you like the food here? Well, my tongue's having a pretty good time. Is that so? Good. Why would you say it like that? Hello? Alright, tomorrow. Do you want to go check out the theater Kazuya booked for our performance? We can try getting up on stage. Who knows, it might help set the mood. And satisfy curiosity. And satisfy my curiosity. I'm still drinking my soda as Hatsuyuki forces down a plate of cognac, settles the bill, and thrusts her hand out the door to catch the falling snowflakes. She's always had impeccable table manners. The cognac must have really put her off. I pull on my coat, doing up the buttons as I pass through the motley crowd lecturing in the cafe, until a strange familiar figure brings my feet to a standstill. It's a girl clad in an ornate gown, expressionlessly sipping her drink. The red and gold flare of her skirt reminds me of a fish gliding through the dark water. Ooh, oh wow. Her table is laden with dishes, and a maid stands next to her, slicing the food. The girl's back remains fastidiously straight, even her spoon swirls through the coffee without a sound. But when her golden eyes turn in my direction, a shiver runs through me like a serpent just clamped down on my neck. Stepping back to myself, I flee. I shove open the cafe door and put its bolt between me and her gaze. That's certainly not going to be an important character. What's up? Why the rush? Nothing. We should go back. Hatsuki's not to sound straight with me in town. The sky is darkened and a thin layer of snow carpets the ground, already melting in the warm air issuing from the storefronts, and then freezing again to form slick ice beneath our feet. Around the corner, a simple udon stall sits at the mouth of the alley. The rich scent of oil and soy sauce bubbles forth. It brings some touch of life to the otherwise deserted alleyway. Even from this distance, I can hear the drunken hubbub at the stall. Oh. Chief, can you keep it down? What, so that bastard can dump his hot potato in my lap and I can't say a damn thing about it? How's this even supposed to work? He claims he's got no connection, so he thinks I've got enough to do with that old fox's tricks. We don't have any other choice. Shiba-kun, as soon as something comes up, you're always cringing with your tail between your legs. Knock it off. But it's not like I can handle this either. Tell me, what the hell does he want from us? The kid refuses to go home. What am I supposed to do? Break his legs and drag him back? A shit show. Just gotta go put up with it. Chief, please, that's enough. Huh? The inebriated woman suddenly swivels, like she has eyes in the back of her head, and shoots a glance right at us. Then she gives the young woman next to her a hard smack on the shoulder. Oh, Chief! Whatever, just eat your noodles. By the time we skirt around those two drunkards and make our way back to the lodgings, night has fully descended. Ahead of me, Hatsuyuki quietly nudges the door ajar. Then, like a squirrel, she slips through the narrow gap. Warm air billows out from within, and a faint tingling ache slowly returns to my cheeks, numb from the cold wind. It's pitch black indoors. I can hear scattered rustling sounds. Why are all the lights out? Hatsuyuki and I are back. Where's everyone? 1, 2. What? Aww, welcome home, Sakuma-kun. Golden flakes and colorful ribbons cascade from above, accompanied by the clicking of a light switch. Troop members pop out of hiding in every corner of the first floor like mushrooms after rain, their hands still dusted with flecks of gold. Seizing the moment, Hatsuyuki swiftly wraps her arm around my shoulders, leaving me no chance to dodge the ensuing flurry of embraces. You guys, what's going on here?
It's your birthday!
Most likely. You just forgot. Oh, no, never mind. We're celebrating the grand finale of our Emerald Eye Troop's national tour, Tokyo. Sure, we ran into some delays this year, and we didn't get to schedule any shows, but from Kyoto to Nagoya to Osaka to Tokyo, and all those little towns in between, we've been going strong for 2 whole years. It's been rough. Abadani-kun and I spent the whole day unpacking and settling in before we could even think about pulling this off. And wow, costumes won't even fit inside 2 Hishi wardrobes now, who would have thought? Everything from Moliere to Shakespeare, but we didn't notice at the time. It's only when you start taking stock of all the costumes and props that it really hits you. And there's more. Oh right, we're also celebrating Nedos. The Fool's Feast has already sold. How many tickets was it again? It's a full house. 800 seats plus the VIP boxes on the balcony. That's right, on opening night. Even after laying low for nearly a year, people still remember us. That is pretty good. Opening night and you're fully booked out, that's crazy. Nanina's vibrant voice practically drills through my eardrums into my skull. I curse myself for not having 2 extra hands to shield my ears against the onslaught of sound waves. Enough of that. And there seem to be loyal fans of the troop visiting from elsewhere. They come all this way just to see this performance. It's all thanks to our leader and everyone, and of course Sakuma-kun especially, or else we wouldn't be doing this well. Guys, that's enough. What's the matter? Could it be our hotshot leading man who sells out entire theaters is shy about being so popular? Don't you join in too? Of course, who can resist his awkward look of coteries when he's obviously over the moon but thinks it's uncool to get excited about compliments? Hatsuyuki lays bare my exact thoughts with a grin, and as Kazuya and the others laugh, the heat rising to my face might be enough to steam me alive. It's because I'm covering most of him, yeah. Alright, my cake is ready. I'm not late, am I? You're all in such a good mood. What are you chatting about? Mika-san, you've gotten into Western desserts now on top of all the Japanese cooking? Since when? This cake, it can't be. Hehe, I learned from the cafe owner next door. A celebration needs something special. You like this flavor, don't you? What is it? It looks like strawberries. Not that you can see because the I'm covering it, but it looks like strawberries. Before you get into that, Matsuko sneaking a bite. I saw him. I'm just sampling the flavor. It came out good. You guys, cut it out. I haven't had any yet. After the whirlwind of chaos, all that remains is an empty plate and cutlery smeared with cream. One by one, Kazuya persuades everybody to return to the room since it's getting late. The first floor, so lively a while ago, now hosts only Hatsuyuki and me, along with the scattered remnants of gold flakes, ribbons, and confetti. Every iota of strength is drained from my body. My eyelids are so heavy they can barely stay open. I'm so tired. It's going to be such a hassle cleaning this up. Hatsuyuki chuckles when she hears this. Well, it's a celebration after all. It was Naniwa's idea, so let's leave the cleanup to him. What matters is that we all had fun. Oh, that's mean. Don't leave it all just to one person. She skips light footed up the stairs, then walks back, breathed by the lights and waves at me. Okay, I still need to have a chat with Kazuya. It's been a long day. You better get some rest, superstar. We still got the theater trip tomorrow. You have amazing amounts of hair. I really am exhausted. Back in my room, I can't even be bothered to wash up or get changed properly. Almost as soon as my head sinks into the soft bedding, sleep engulfs my eyes. First, because so much happened today, my sleep is flooded with a dizzying array of fragmented dreams. Oh, When I next opened my eyes, the room is still shrouded in darkness. My body feels like lead, and a sharp, sour taste clings to the back of my tongue. So thirsty. What time is it? I switch on the bedside lamp. The warm glow of the bulb sheds a dim amber light across the room. The desk clock emits a steady mechanical ticking, and a faint light I can just make out the hour hand pointing to 11? 11. I shut my eyes and try to will myself back to sleep, but my mind only grows more and more lured, and every sense sharpens with it. My ears are flooded with with the sounds of the wind, the clockwork, and my own heavy breathing. Noises that I would normally overlook could now echo through me like roaring thunder. Can't sleep. Might as well get some air. The troop is dead silent at night. I gently close my door, treading carefully across the carpet. I wander idly through the still, unfamiliar building, by the ashen moonlight streaming in from the windows. My room, Hatsuyuki's, and Kazuya's are on the second floor. Odo-sensei's room is at the other end of the corridor, though they seldom stay over. It's probably getting dust right now. I did not. Looking down over the corridor banister, I can see the reception hall in Kazuya's office. Opposite the office are the dressing room and rehearsal room. Nothing better to do, I reread the nameplates on all the doors, then follow the moonlit stairs upward. The third floor houses the other members. Every door is shut tight, as if the occupants are already deep in slumber. The window at the end of the corridor looks out upon the late-night streets of Ginza. There's no sight or sound of humans, only the gas lamps and the stars shimmering together in soft hues. I tiptoe down the corridor, and as I pass one of the rooms, the murmur of voices brushes against my ears. I did eat something today. I tried to throw it up when I got back, but it just can't get it out clean. Is it? Hatsuyuki? Do you think it'd be better to cut it open and clean it out? The person answering her seems to be standing further away. The voice is too muffled to make out. Have you gotten any better at this? The stitching last time was a real mess. I could feel it even through the clothes. It's my fault too. The more times it's cut open, the harder it is to sew it back together. Usually I can empty things out just fine. I don't know what's wrong today. But are you too tired for this? It's winter, so it'll be a while before things start rotting. That should be fine, right? What are they talking about? I take an instinctive step back. Floor creaks beneath me. Who's there? Footsteps approach. I turn and flee. No time to worry about the noise. All I want is to get back to my room as fast as I can. My ears are ringing from the spind, which drowns out any sound of the door opening and closing. It's only back in my room that I realize I'm gasping for breath. I can't go back out there. I lie back on the bed and steady my breathing, but my mind can't help circling back to the words I overheard. Is Hatsuyuki sick? Before I can make sense of anything, sleep, summoned by all this exertion, claims me once more. Just before it takes me under, I think, no matter what, I have to apologize to her tomorrow. Except we never will. Probably. I highly doubt that we will manage to apologize to her tomorrow. Maybe the reason everyone is so pale and vampiric because they cannot have normal human food anymore. Because they're not normal humans anymore. A dreamless night passes. When I wake, it's already broad daylight outside. Tidy myself up and head downstairs. Kazuya and Hatsuyuki are already out on the first floor. I'm not sure what they're discussing. Is our sleeping beauty finally awake? We're just talking about you. Morning, Kotori. What were you two talking about? Me? We were wondering if you should get breakfast together. Because he is such a busy guy, I couldn't talk him into it. Yes, there's an investor coming today, so I might be tied up this morning. Hatsuyuki shakes her head regretfully, then makes her way behind me and gives a little shove. Looks like it'll be just the two of us then. By the time we get to the cafe, it's well into the morning. There are already a few tables occupied. Yeah, I'm covering one such occupant. The girl I saw yesterday is still seated in that same spot next to the window, her head slightly lowered as she sips her soup in silence. I post on my budding her knees and find a spot to sit with Hatsuyuki. There's a petition adorned with greenery which blocks the view, making me feel somewhat better. Hatsuyuki calls over a server and orders a cup of hot milk. I still don't have much of an appetite, so I just ask for a croissant. Is something on your mind? I couldn't sleep last night. Hatsuyuki adopts a theatrical look of dawning revelation. After the waiter sits down her food and walks away, she knits her brows and lowers her voice. What's wrong with you? This might be a problem. What kind of problem? Are you sick? Or is it a thing you mentioned? Magic. Spells. Oh dear, I'm just teasing you. It's no big deal, I'm in good health. Let a girl have a little secrets. The little secret that you cannot get down normal food? She picks up a cup and takes a sip. Though her face is wan, her demeanor still brims her figure. Oh, excuse me. Did I interrupt you too? You could say that. It was quite a shock. Sorry. Katsuki sits down her cup, stroking her chin with a mock serious air. To make amends, how about you go to Yokohama with me to see the flowers after the performance? I hear they've opened a new park over there. You and Kazuya both need to take a break sometime in spring. It's settled then. Alright, eat up before your food gets soggy.
Soggy.
Soggy food. Don't rush me, I'm gonna choke. Oh, we wouldn't want that. We finish our meal, and just as we leave the cafe, a car pulls up to the alley entrance. A young man gets out of the car, shakes open a black umbrella, then bends down to open the back door. A long-haired man draped in a haori steps out of the car. Ooh. Cheer. The umbrella shields him from the swirling snow, and even as he's escorted into the alley, his striking scarlet figure stands out stark against the sea of grey. A gaze lingers on his back. When her face comes into view, even for a fleeting glance, I can't help but freeze. Who is he? What was that? Nothing. Let's go. The theater reserved for the premiere isn't large, but its decor is surprisingly exquisite. You two are members of Emerald Eye, right? Are you here to check on the auditorium setup? Setup? Mochizuki-san has rented a small auditorium here for rehearsing on a long-term basis. It's been set up as requested. I can show you two around now. That's not actually why we're here, but good to know. How is he paying for all this? Are we free to use it? Of course, please follow me. We followed the theater staff down a hallway carpeted in red wool, finally stopping before a massive door of black walnut. The door stands ajar. It takes the staff member some effort to pull it all the way open, revealing a sizable test stage. The grand drapes are drawn, exposing the set behind. Several crew members are adjusting the lighting. Just as our guy said, this place is ready for use.
Thank you for the panda, good time.
I love these eyes. Super sparkly. Atsuki stares briefly at the stage and turns around. She's silhouetted against the lamplight. Her eyes gleam from the shadows. This doesn't happen every day. How about we give it a go? You love the hair, it's so true. Atsuyuki has a tremendous amount of hair. What's so hi? How are you doing? In a blink of an eye, Hatsuyuki whips out two scripts as if by magic. She tucks one into my arms and I feel an answering twinge of eagerness. Ever since the incident, you're going to be bold. No, no. Cutting this hair actually makes it grow faster. Ever since the accident, Kazuya has insisted on my recuperation. It's only in the rehearsal rooms that I regain any sense of being an actor. The face of the real stage, however, I feign nonchalance. There's no deceiving myself. I can't pretend I have no desire to stand upon it. Well then, let's try it. I love these. Why? What I wish to write, what I long to say, that is all which matters. Nothing else, no worldly concerns, should hobble my steps. Sensei, are you there? I brought you some rice. You haven't been to class lately. The students are all worried, so I came to check on you. Is everything alright? Why didn't the others come? They have household chores to attend to. I haven't fully recovered from my illness yet, and I'm not needed at home. I figured I'd come see you. If I can but silence her, peaceful days will be mine once more. For time. Precious time. I simply need to make it an accident. In that case, come in. Did anyone see you? The spotlight falls on Hatsuyuki. She opens her mouth, but no sound comes out. It's her line next. Why isn't she speaking? In the stifling frozen silence, my unease grows. I hear the crew muttering. Hatsuyuki? The instant I say your name, her body sways. Then she collapses heavily onto the stage, landing with a dull thud. Oh, this art is so tasty. I'm going to eat it. I'm okay. I've completely fucked over my sleep schedule, but other than that, we out here. Have you had a chance to check out the demos yet? Or check out which demos you're going to check out? What's wrong? Are you okay? My mind explodes into tumult. I practically trip over myself, scrambling to her side. She lies quietly on the cold, dusty floor, her cheeks smudged with a trace of greyish powder. No matter how I shake her, there's no hint of a response. I reach out a trembling hand. Holding my breath, I gently bring it closer to her nose. She's not breathing. I push my nerveless hands against her chest and press up and down again and again. It has to work. She'll be fine after this. That's what they all say. Neurosis. I press until my hair tumbles over my eyes, until fine beads of sweat ooze from my forehead. Hatsuyuki opens her mouth and lets out a soft sigh. I knew it. I knew it would work. Thank goodness. Hatsuyuki, don't scare me like that. Please wake up. Wake up? Swiftly I press my ear against her chest. There's no pulse of life. Only coldness and decay, and a cloying sweetness wafting from her collar like rotten fruit. It has to be a joke. It's a joke. It can't be. No. You were just talking. Don't tease me. What's wrong? Are you mad at me? Yeah, I'm mad at you. That's why I'm just falling over dead. Because I'm mad at you. Atsuki's lips are parted and speaking. I stare at her face. What changes have I missed in the past minute, the past half hour, the past day? Eyes are wide open, usually an adorable sight, but now those unblinking, glassy eyes fill me with a terror that drenches me in cold sweat. I can't look directly at them. How absurd everything suddenly is now. How ridiculous. We ate together, made plans to look at flowers in Yokohama, and were enthusiastically performing just minutes ago. How can someone just die like this? Like every color has drained away in the blink of an eye, leaving behind nothing but a pale, empty shell. Where did she go? So much noise around me. After a while, it occurs to me that the crew is screaming. Someone pulls me away. I tumble to the ground. It doesn't even hurt. Ah, this is so good. Watch out, something's wrong. Call Kazamatsu-san. The stage lights shine down upon her. White light enshrouding white corpse, white dust drifting in the air. Uniformed people close in around the body, and a glassy green eye peers through a gap in the crowd, staring straight in my direction. Suddenly it shifts. I blink my dry eyes and finally see. In the shadows amidst the dust and the light lurks a green-eyed monster. The monster ripples outwards, flowing across the stage. The monster looks at me. It crouches over Hatsuyuki's body, like a soul untethered from flesh, a fetus bursting from the womb. I've seen it before in a mirror, the white-feathered monster. What? 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 What is going on? Get a few more to go over the week. I'm glad to hear. Or was that just our prologue then? And the prologue is her dying? Oh, that's interesting. Which demo did you get to check out? How very impolite of you, Mochitsuki-kun. I merely came to inquire how the boy is doing. I never imagined matters would take such a hazardous turn. Alas, now that it has come to this, I can only offer my sincerest apologies. You... What is going on? I see wounds split open. Youngsters are so reckless with their health. I'd appreciate you keeping this meeting between us, Mochitsuki-kun. After all, when it comes to family, it's only natural to get a little carried away, wouldn't you agree? Drove Kotsude away years ago. He doesn't remember a thing now. Why are you still... Why? Mochitsuki-kun, you ought to understand the reason better than I do. Oh, one more thing. I rather suspect that my dear Kotaro remains unaware of whatever you and Miss Baryakinskaya have been keeping from him. I cannot pronounce that name. Am I right? How do you know that? Minoru-san, the snow has stopped. I look at the time. Well then, let's draw this little encounter to a close. Mochizuki-kun, if you would be so kind as to inform your teacher that I would very much like a word with them in the coming days. Preferably sooner rather than later. Come along, Serena. So many stitches. My, this is quite something. The skin seems partly translucent. And what's this? Ugh, they laid on a powder really thick. It's pretty well preserved. I've never seen a spell like this before. A fine piece of work. Well, since it could go on stage, I guess with enough makeup it looks just like a living person. Ah. No wonder you called me in. Good job remembering to evacuate the civilians this time. Declare the medical emergency, whatever works. Where's the person who came in with it? Do you get a round on yet? Still no response. Wow, did it really scare him out of his wits? Hey, look up. An acute, intense jolt of pain spreads to my jaw. But it's nothing. Nothing compared to the dying agonies that Hatsuyuki endured as she lay there. If I'd noticed earlier, would everything be different? But from what that sounds like, it seems like she maybe wasn't actually a living human anymore in the first place. If she even was one at all. And there was some kind of magic on her to get her moving. Anguish engulfs me, smothering me, rising from the depths of my dried out eyes. My mind restlessly chews through memories, spitting out scraps of details I once missed. If only we'd gone to the hospital earlier, gone back to rest earlier, if only... Somebody's speaking. The sound grates like they're ringing in my ears. Hey, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Sir? Why? I thought I was supposed to have some magic talent. Why couldn't I only watch her die right before my eyes? Only so useless. Utterly useless. It's because of that monster. He followed me here and killed Hatsuyuki, and I did nothing but lead it to its prey. I've had enough of this. Ignore me, will you? Snap out of it. Hey! A gust of wind pierces sharply through the side of my neck, then dissipates, leaving behind an icy sting and a damp sensation spreading across my skin. My nerves, trembling from the narrow escape, pull me back to the very reality I refuse to face. I look up and see a familiar face. It's a woman who I saw sticking drunk at the udon stall last night. She's standing before me now, arms crossed, gazing at me with obvious displeasure. At the sight of my face, she briefly falters and her brows draw together, but she swiftly regains that impatient expression. No, that's you. Me. She doesn't seem to be bothered by the conversation we overheard last night. She just turns again to glance toward the crowd of uniformed police, all huddled around Hatsuyuki. Last night, I remember you and the girl, right? The one lying there, the deceased. You two were close, weren't you? Do you know if there was... anything going on with her recently? Any illnesses or unusual relationships, or just anything out of the ordinary that happened to her? A sticky, acrid bitterness spreads across my tongue. I could rake through every remaining memory in my amnesia-ridden brain and turn up nothing. Hatsuyuki's the same girl I've always known. That she is. I don't know anything, sorry. The one's eyes crinkle. Her expression softens as she sits down next to me. Feeling nervous. It's okay. I'm just here to get a sense of the situation. Lots of crime witnesses don't realize that anything they've seen might be useful to us. It's probably the same with you. She might be right, but my instincts keep going back to the monster, the one that seemed to be born from Hatsuyuki's corpse. It must have something to do with her death, along with what I overheard last night, but I don't know how to bring this up. The woman seems to sense my inner turmoil. She offers a reassuring smile, but it feels a little out of place. And now I'll ask, you'll answer. Fair enough? I'd like you to be honest with me. I'm Kazematsuru, Itsuru Kazematsuru, Special Investigation Division. And you are? Always helps to know who I'm talking to. There's so many names starting with a K. Like, at least to my brain right now, I'm just like... That is another K. Another K name. I'm having trouble with all of those. Kotori Sakuma. Special Investigation Division. I'm not surprised you haven't heard of us. Know anything about power psychology? I've heard of a society run by professors from the Imperial University doing research on extrasensory perception. Not enough. There's certain incidents that current knowledge, or should I say technology, can't quite explain. Those fall under our jurisdiction. Of course, as an ordinary civilian, you've got nothing to worry about. We just have our own methods, which is best not to make public knowledge. Yeah. A little bit. To be fair, I took a nap right before starting stream. So maybe I'm just not fully awake yet either. It's just like... that sure is a name. In a city as busy as Tokyo, any secret that gets out makes its way across the city in a few days. Arab psychology. It does ring a bell. I heard there's a group of scholars fervently devoted to Western theories, trying to replicate telepathy, and clairvoyance. Still, for the police to establish a department like this, does that have anything to do with those magic users Hatsuyuki mentioned? I can't dwell on this right now. The monster might be. Alright, what do you want to know? In that case, I'll cut to the chase. From your point of view, over the past, let's say 6 months, would you say the deceased displaced no major changes compared to today? Seemed to behave normally, never felt seriously ill, and so on? Yes. Was there anyone she met with regularly? I mean, one-on-one? Family, friends, doctors, anyone at all? I read my brain, but all that occurs to me is that, outside of performances, Hatsuyuki spent almost the entire past year with the troupe. For some reason, Hatsuyuki and the others all seldom went out. No, except for Kazi and me, and maybe Hamono-sensei. She hardly ever left the troupe, where she was mostly with me or a mutual friend. I rarely saw her approach anyone else on her own. Seems like the supply was pretty stable. So, did anything unusual happen in the past few days? Did she do or say something out of the ordinary? Of course, it's fine if not. Last night at dinner, she ate something she normally dislikes. Despite saying this, I honestly can't be certain. Hatsuyuki and I were very close this past year as I dealt with my amnesia, but like most friends who see each other regularly, we didn't actually have meals together very often. We only occasionally mentioned our food preferences in passing. Only now, confronted with this situation, do I realize how much of a fool I've been. I see. Alright then. That covers the basics. Now, we'll get into some questions related to the special nature of our division. It might give you a scare, but there's no time to ease you into things. There's already a dead body-ish of some kind behind me. Like, it's not gonna get much worse. You don't know what's going on with the corpse, do you? Her lips move, parting and closing, slicing the words into shards that drive themselves into my ears, steady and relentless. If I'm not mistaken, she's been dead for quite some time. It's still unclear what could sustain a corpse's activity for this long, with next to no decay. We have to hold off on a close examination until we bring the body back. But how? Ever since I first met Hatsuyuki, she's always been the same. With me, with everyone else. How could she have been dead this whole time? My voice is on the verge of cracking, but Kazamatsu just arches an eyebrow. She seemed just like anyone else for a long time. She spoke and she smiled, vibrant down to the smallest detail. Isn't that right? I've dealt with a few similar cases. It's rare, but not impossible. You might want to ask a mutual friend of yours if something happened to her when you weren't around. The body shows extensive blunt force injury and numerous suture scars. Like she's been pieced together, sorry. Some of the wounds have been stitched multiple times. The surrounding muscle and skin is severely damaged. Specifically from here to there. Kazamatsu reaches out, tracing a line from my shoulder down to my knee until her hand finally presses against my spasming stomach. I try to swallow, but find my throat scorched dry. It throbs with a deep-seated, knife-sharp pain. Kazamatsu's eyes meet mine. I see my own reflection frozen stiff in a calm pink gaze. Eyes wide and staring, expression blank, a picture of utter absurdity. I haven't gotten to my question, but it looks like you've got something on your mind. Well, out with it. You want to know why your friend ended up like this, don't you? Spit it out. It might open up another lead for us. I open my mouth. My voice comes out hoarser than I realized. Who did this to her? And more than that, who could get Hatsuyuki to cover for them? I overheard Hatsuyuki at our place last night. She was complaining about having to cut something open to take it out. Was it something we ate together yesterday? Probably. A living corpse doesn't have functioning organs. The food scraps just rot away in the stomach and... You're hesitating. Anything else? When Hatsuyuki collapsed, I also saw a white monster. You have a lot of trust in some random police officer who's just saying, oh yeah, by the way, I'm from a special division. I would not be telling this person anything. A white monster. A white monster with wings, its head unfolding like a lily. Kazamatsu's expression abruptly transforms. Her bright eyes pin me to the spot like a serpent looking onto its prey. Okay, last question. As Kazamatsu speaks, she switches back to that look of mild impatience, like the spasm of emotion just now was nothing but my imagination. This was supposed to be the part where I squeeze a confession out of you, but forget it. Do you know who you've rubbed the wrong way? What? When it comes to the cases we deal with, I don't generally explain all this nonsense to the people involved. Parapsychology this, especially vision that, it all sounds way too far-fetched, like something out of a novel. We follow ways of making sure you spill every last detail you know, and don't remember a single thing afterwards. You won't even dream about it. In closing a case for most people and even society at large, all we have to do is find a plausible excuse to smooth things over. Say, an acute heart attack, or a stroke, or maybe drug abuse. There are all sorts of stories to run with, and evidence is easy to come by. Of course, getting poisoned by a male companion in a premeditated murder, that works too. And why did it have to happen in the theater in front of all these people? Chalk it up to the suspect's sense of ceremony. And for those things the suspect heard and the white monster he saw, it serves as further proof that this actor was so immersed in drama he lost the ability to distinguish between fantasy and reality. Delirious and raving, he turned his blade on the victim who came to the theater with him. During our inquiry, we noticed that he avoids eye contact. His demeanor is furtive, as if he's hiding something. This is highly suspicious, and after a few rounds of questioning, the witnesses will all develop the same impression. Do you follow what I'm saying? You're threatening me. Very clever. But let's not put it that way. Call it a mutually beneficial opportunity. You don't want to know what happens to the people we take into custody. Yeah, that is... You're straight up threatening me. No. What do you get out of telling me all this? You got a real knack for tough questions, you know that. Ralph laughter draws the attention of the remaining officers in the theater, but she casually waves them away. She turns back to me, dashing the tears of laughter from my eyes, and slowly holds up 2 fingers. It's like, hey, no worries. We can make you confess. Or we can make everyone think it was your fault anyway, even if it might not have been, as long as we can close this case. That is, very trustworthy. First off, someone asked me to stir up some trouble for you, but I can't stand him. Second, it's because of that thing you saw. A head cleft like a blossom lined with fangs, wings toed in its wake like a weighty shadow. Should the might of its attention befall thee, then shall the 8 emerald eyes swivel as one. Lord Octopteropes? What? Octopterop... Okay. What the hell? As those black magic practitioners call it. I've spent years in hot pursuit of it and its followers. It appeared next to the deceased, meaning that your friend, who was turned into a living corpse, was almost certainly under the control of a black mage who worships it. Ooh. We're after the same thing. Don't you want to learn the truth behind the death? That mage is sure to know more than either of us. I can let you walk out of the door unharmed, but in return you have to help me find them. I guess I don't have much of a choice. What do you want from me? I mean, it's either this. It's either maybe trying to figure out the truth, or being fingered as the killer. Ordinary people can see the shadows of the gods. You can do that, can't you? With those words, Kazamatsu extends a hand before me. A whirling gale erupts from her palm, striking me square in the face. I instinctively hold my breath, my ears filled with the lingering wail of the wind. Is this... I clamp my mouth shut, but I can tell from Kazamatsu's face that it's too late. You don't have to get into specifics. I'm not that much of a snoop, and I'm not interested in the sack of my family's secrets. The point is, the fact that you can see Lord I keep reading this as octopus. Lord Octopteropes. Makes you a rare and irresistible new recruit for them, and I'll find some way to get the news to them. But judging from that reaction just now, you have something you'd rather keep from me, don't you? If you like, you can go take care of whatever you want first. I'll be in touch when I can. Or we can wrap this up quickly and then I'll handle the rest myself, meaning you'll be out of it. What do you think? Ooh. Another choice. This is a prologue demo and you already get choices. Different. What do we want to do? I do want to head back first, actually. See what happens when we do that. And take this. Kazamatsu pulls out a wallet from nowhere, extracts a stiff card, and thrusts it into my hand before I can refuse. It's an exquisitely crafted business card with black lettering against a white background. It has a solid heft to it, and the embossed patterns graze subtly against my fingertips like a touch of a chill wind. The name, number, and address are printed neatly on the card. Under the dim light, I can see flecks of gold powder glistening amidst the ink. There's no other unnecessary embellishment. Cop's personal card, it says. Shimbashi. A personal card. Or personal matter. She shrugs and brushes off non-existent dust from her clothes. When you've gotten things sorted, give this number a ring. Just ask for me. You have 3 days, and if you try giving me the slip, well, I'm still a government employee. I think you get the idea. You're a government employee! That's also why you're threatening me. Very trustworthy. Yeah. There's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. I like that look of yours. Go on, tell me. Hatsuki's body. No, corpse. Can I take a look later? Once I've spoken to the others in a troop. It won't take long. Oh. Now that it's come to this, I have to see things through myself. There's so much I've forgotten. Hatsuki was already like this when I met her, and now that she's gone, I can't let those scars be buried with her. At the very least, I need to know. You've never seen a corpse up close, have you? Oh, dainty young master. Try not to scare yourself silly. Well, since you ask, of course I can arrange a little thing like that, but you have to wait until the autopsy is over at least. Thank you. Chief, we're heading back with this and then... I know. Be careful with that. I'll dock your pay when we get back. I do feel sorry for this person. She stands up, shoots me a parting glance, and then strolls off toward the stage. Hatsuki's body is lifted onto a stretch in a flurry of activity. Her arm dangles over the side, swaying stiffly with each jostle. Finally, together with the crowd, she vanishes beyond the heavy door. By the time I leave the theater, it's getting dark. I only realize then that my clothes are soaked in cold sweat. The wind bitter cold seeps into my bones, stripping away any trace of warmth. Pale snow falls, dissolving beneath light just as pale. Smoke-stained clouds loom overhead, leaden and oppressive. I have to pull my coat tight around me before I can walk into the crowd, its glamour still reverberating through the night. Cacophony washes over me. Predictions for seasonal fashion trends, reviews of various cafes, plans for the upcoming holidays, and a pervasive scent of money changing hands. But the voice worth listening to is gone forever. What do I tell Kazuya and the others? First I have to pull myself together. Kazuya's bound to cry when he finds out. If I carry on like this, how is he going to cope? It's so unbearably cold. When I turn into the narrow alley, what awaits me is a serene hush. Floorboards creak as I push the door open. The snow outside is still thin on the ground. In contrast, the shadows and silence pull deep and dark within the room. It's completely still, as if no one is here. Why are the lights out? Again? Kazuya? And a single sound stays in the house, only the dull thud of my voice against the floorboards. Weird. It's been a whole day. You should be done with the investors by now. Kazuya, I have to talk to you. Are you there? I raise my voice a little, but there's still no reply. Nani-kun? Ebratani-kun, Miyako-san? The silence diffuses through the empty house, waves of darkness wash over my face. Behind me lies a doorway to daylight, still within reach, but the vicious tendrils of fear growing, snaking their way up my ankles. In this darkness, I spy something on the floor. A jumbled pile of shapes, slumped over like sacks stuffed with cotton and straw. Everyone else in the troop is already dead. My stomach, which had barely settled, clenches again. Tension hangs thick in the air. The faint scent of snow from outside has already dissipated in the room's warmth. As I shuffle forward, what reaches my nose instead is a hint of rust, a bitter, salty sweet whiff of metal. I fumble for the light switch. I flick it on, and what stares itself into my sight is a sea of familiar faces, sprawled on the floor, motionless. Okay, I wonder if this one is going to have the CG that they warned you about, or if it's going to have a CG at all. Oh, true Peter's briefcase. Naniwa, who bumped into me when I got out of the car, now lies quietly in a corner, Kazuya's briefcase next to him. He's as ghastly pale as the lifeless Hatsuki, as everyone else lying here. The people whom I knew so well, with whom I spent every day for a year or even longer, it's like they've all conspired to stage a cruel joke. But no matter how I shake the limp bodies, I can't summon those familiar voices. The floor at the foot of the stairs is stained with dark splotches. In the lamplight, they gleam a baleful crimson, almost black. I've lost track of how I pushed my way into each room. At first, I still harbored a sliver of hope, just enough to knock and wait for a possible response. But the silence spreads like pestilence, peeling away that mannered facade of self-deception. Absolute silence drives one mad, and yet, unfathomably, I still have enough strength to move. My body seems to act of its own accord. All I can muster a panicked breath, so loud and harsh they drown out the roaring silence. Behind so many doors are the deaths scattered everywhere I look,
Bodies limp like carpets with severed strings. Opening each door is like unveiling a crudely made diorama. They loll in the beds, fingers still clasping books that now sink into the soft carpet. The bodies are grotesquely wedged between baroque chairs and desks, contorted into arcs worthy of a dancer. The heavy turbulent sweetness of rotting fruit now spreads unchecked. It seeps through the corridor, mingling with the aromas of fresh-cut flowers and welcoming incense, swelling my almost frozen brain until it's fit to burst. I mechanically inspect the rooms one by one, going numb to finding bodies behind every door. Maybe I'm not different from the mythical Grim Reaper, who claims a life with every door he opens. What torments me most of all is that I can't find Kazuya. Before I know it, I've moved from the first to the third floor. The interval seems to have vanished into some monstrous maw. When I regain my senses, my hand is already resting on the final doorknob. The room I fled from last night. Though I didn't find the courage to open until Hatsuyuki, until everyone was gone. It's pitch black inside the room. The blinds are drawn so tightly that not even a sliver of moonlight peeks through. Only the acrid odor of a disinfectant fills the air. I probe across the wall for a while before finding the switch. The crisp click everything I once imagined and prayed would never come true is laid bare beneath a sterile white light, gleaming with a spectral chill. The operating table is draped in creased pale green gauze, marked with old but still conspicuous bloodstains. The surgical tools that once carved in such flesh now lie quiescent in a tray, and atop a stack of gauze rests a small lump of something soft and rancid. Limp, spongy, and bitter to the taste, easily ground to small pieces by teeth. Cognac. A feather. My arm itches. As I shift, a feather falls from my sleeve. I have no idea when it got in there. A feather with an emerald green shaft and a dazzling white plume. It's a lot like that monster's feather, but strangely enough, I feel no fear. I doubt the matters much, compared to everything before me. Calling this an operating room would be a stretch. The space is cramped. A single turn of the head and a flick of the eyes makes an unpleasant truth abundantly clear. There's no one here. This is probably where Hatsuyuki lay and was cut open over and over. As far as I can make out, the room has been tidied. There's almost no remaining trace of who the other person might have been. Beside the operating table stands a medicine cabinet, full of bottles and jars, all labeled with printed tags. Opening the cabinet, I turn the labels toward me one by one. I mostly find glass bottles marked as alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, and formalin. One test tube, half full of transparent liquid, is devoid of any label, except a tiny trace of glue that wasn't quite peeled off. The test tube was corked tight. After a struggle, I managed to pry it open, and well, I will come to regret this 1,000 times over. Why would you try to randomly open a test tube where you cannot read the label from? Because the label was pulled off. The smell? Why this of all things? From the yellow test tube gushes a cloying reek of rotting fruit. As I return to the first floor, my steps feel weightless, like I'm walking on clouds. I've come unmoored from reality. If only I could fall from here, close my eyes once and for all. Why don't I? It seems perfectly reasonable to you. You just found a bunch of dead bodies. What's opening a few test tubes at that point, I guess? Naniwa, Aburatani, and Miko are still lying there motionless. They must be long dead, even longer than I realized. When I unfasten Naniwa's clothes, my numb fingers don't quite obey. The button slipped through my fingers twice, staying stubbornly lodged in the buttonholes. It takes me about 3 minutes, or maybe 5. I've lost track. I'm close by, so that my sheer focus is slowing it to a halt. Feeling of the heavy winter clothes remind me of what I've read in books, about the engrossing process of preparing winter bamboo shoots. And when my fingers make contact with the cool, yielding skin, what comes to mind is the cream I smear my face for stage makeup, slick and warming quickly with body heat. But here there are no bamboo shoots and no fragrant creams. Only burn marks, lacerations, raw oozing flesh hidden beneath long sleeves, and running across the abdomen, scars from repeated slicing and stitching. That's all I see, and that alone is enough. I'm seized by an inexplicable urge to laugh out loud, but my lips refuse to curl into a smile. Unbecoming of a skilled actor to not be able to command his muscles. My eyes are stinging. I keep them wide open, not a single tear escapes. So that's how it is. What on earth was going through your mind last night when you said those things to me? Turns out I was the only one fooled by you all this whole time. I toss Naniwa again. Nearby, Kazuya's briefcase lies askew. Its leather strap has snapped and the buckle is split open, revealing a small crack stained with fresh blood. I wipe it with my sleeve, but it won't come off. I have no idea where your own is. I better fix you first if I'm going to bring you to him. I try to fasten the buckle and lift it. The briefcase is light, almost too light, but it's clearly smashed beyond repair. The fragile hinges can't bear the weight, and it bursts wide open, both halves swinging in the air. A photo frame hits the ground, its depth muted by the soft carpet. Apart from that, the briefcase is completely empty. The exposed lining is a dull black, which seems to swallow all the glaring brightness that overwhelms me. So, what is this? I flip the frame right side up. Sealed behind a pristine glass is a photograph. Group photo of the troop. A group photo of the troop, one I have no memory of. Everyone is beaming wildly. The meadow and unfamiliar wilderness behind them looks so soft even in the monochrome hues. Taken spring 1918. I better put this back phone. I wipe the dust off the glass with my claws and hands, but drops of water keep falling, smearing the glass with unsightly marks that just won't go away. I scrub until my stiff fingertips start to ache. Only then does it look a little cleaner. This should do. I sway the briefcase across my lap and replace the polished photo frame inside. Soft velvet lining graces my fingers, then snacks them slowly, drawing them deeper and deeper. The feeling surges through my veins again, familiar sensation that something is pulling me towards it. The next instant, the world dissolves in a whirl. Darkness devours my vision, seized by a brief, unrelenting weightlessness that scrambles every thought in my mind, leaving me dizzy and reeling, too feeble to even vomit. Ooh. At last, a pinpoint of light pierces the veil of darkness, and I feel something cold and hard beneath me. It seems that the storm-tossed vessel has finally drifted to a halt. I'm lying on a damp stone surface. The air is thick with the scent of moss and soil after rain. Vast rock faces tower on either side of me, the lower reaches are studded with ancient torches. On the higher cliffs loom crude carvings of massive figures, features long since worn away by the elements. I strain my eyes peering upwards. All I can see is a narrow strip of sky wedged between the cliff faces, extending endlessly beyond sight. Some dim light trickles down, but even combined with the torches, these depths remain shrouded in darkness. Every cranny is filled with the flickering shadows of boulders. What's going on? Where am I? I struggle to my feet. My clothes are sodden with muddy water. It feels unpleasant, even disgusting. Still, I have no choice but to keep them on against the fleeting gusts of wind. I take a look around, but the only conclusion I can reach is that I'm in the depths of some unknown chasm. I remember I was touching Kazuya's briefcase. My confusion deepens. Kazuya's always had that briefcase ever since my memories began afresh. Would he and Hatsuyuki both be hiding something from me? No, I need to get out of here first and ask him. He has to know something. I take a few tentative steps forward. I can keenly feel the puddles and moss slick beneath my feet, clinging to my soles, ready to send me sprawling if I put a foot wrong. As I follow the line of torches now and then, something briefly obscures the light overhead. When I look up, I catch sight of shadows, minuscule or massive. Sometimes it's a ripple of emerald green flickering from light to dark. As I gaze at the swath of green, the tugging sensation grows stronger. My heart is pounding so hard it almost bursts out of my chest, until the color finally fades away. The space belongs to Kazuya, and just like him, it simply listens in silence to the echo of my footsteps. I'm not sure how long I walk before a sprawling mass of boulders bolts out of the strip of sky. Before me appears a plain white torii gate, flickering with blue light like a burning flame. It softly beckons to me, silently inviting my touch. My pulse and breath both quicken. The translucent blue seems to be breathing my heart in. I step towards it, and a familiar dizziness washes over me once again. Oh, so you're back. I've been looking all over for you. Sakuma-kun, wiki, sleeping on the floor is bad for you. A voice drifts into my ears, distant but crystal clear. Who the hell are you? You're finally awake. When I open my eyes, the first floor is completely transformed. The bodies strewn on the ground have all vanished, as have the bloodstains. Everything is spotless under the bright lamplight, as if nothing ever happened. A familiar figure stands before me, blocking most of the lamp's glare. Briefcase, which was in my lap, now dangles from the hand. The strap and buckle are still broken, but some other case is neatly clasped shut. Oh no, Sensei, what are you doing here? Ah! Another name with a K, though. I was planning to have a chat with Mochitsuki-kun about a few things, but when I got here, yikes, that scared the living daylights out of me. And when I came back, there you were. Why did you fall asleep sitting there and opening Mochitsuki-kun's briefcase? You really shouldn't do that. Another one! I wasn't asleep. Where'd they all go? You mean the children? I've taken them to a safe place. Don't worry, those pesky little flies won't come buzzing around anytime soon. Flies? So Hatsuyuki's with those people. That's a bit tricky. But it's not really our problem. They'll probably say she dropped dead from acute illness or something. They always do. The point is that neither you nor the troop will have anything to do with it. But more importantly, there's something you need to know. Kazuya's in the hospital. What? When I showed up, he was just here, right where you were sitting. Looks like somebody really roughed him up. He was so worn out he couldn't even talk to me, poor thing. I had business with him, but alas, he doesn't play along as nicely as you do. I just couldn't wake him up, so I had to take him to the hospital first. Do you want to go visit? The doctor said he'll probably be asleep all day, so be sure to keep it down. Where is he? Not too far from here. Let me think. Yes, it was at Tokyo GK Hospital, room 201. If you're going, I won't see you out, but you won't be bringing us along. Just tell Kazuya I borrowed it. As someone who speaks, they give a briefcase a little shake. A smile is evident on their face. I haven't even had any room to think. I can't dwell on all this now. Got it. Goodbye then. You're not wondering what they mean by, oh yeah, I don't know, I put everyone in the safe place. Those are corpses. Hello? By the way, I've never been inside. Let me know when you have a moment. How's the view in the case? What? Hello? What is everyone going on about? Then, looks like I really was the only one in the dark. Get it, because your situation comes first. As for Hatsuyuki in the troop, I'll bring her up later once he's awake. It's not far to the station. The bright streets are bathed in moonlight, and snow is piled high on both sides of the road, reflecting the glow of the streetlights. As I keep gazing, everything slowly gains an illusory quality, like I'm slipping further and further away from this nighttime scene. My eyes start to sting, a sign of impending pain. On such a cold night, rickshaws are sparse. I stand next to the streetcar sign. The icy wind drips through the hollows of my bones, whisking away any trace of warmth. But this blast of cold is much needed. That, or perhaps certain other things, is helping to cool my head. I pull my collar tight, my shoes crunch on the thick snow. The stop gradually comes into view on a nearby street, but my footsteps grow slower and slower as I walk. I'm completely lost on what is happening, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, so is our main character apparently, so at least we're both just losing our mind a little, but I don't want to face it. Or perhaps I should say I don't care. I don't dare to face it. I wonder, since I said Kazuya was still resting at the hospital, he should have gotten to rest a long time ago, but not like this. And I shouldn't be having this thought that I wish he'd rest even longer until I can string together the perfect words for the situation to make the news palatable enough for him to digest. Well, that's implying that Kazuya isn't a dead body already as well. You know? What on earth am I thinking? But this is how everyone felt. Night has fallen over the streets of Ginza. There are far fewer pedestrians out after dark than during the day, but it's still a livelier scene than you'd find in any other city. Storefront glass lamps blaze in the darkness, throwing the brand new Western-style facades of the shop relief. It is definitely intentionally done, yes. It is a mystery game. Thank you for the buster check and the idle time. This is very much about the mystery as well. But I do have to say, come on, yeah, hi, Sal. I have to say, I wonder how long this demo is. The streetcar is taking its time. I stare at the pale snow before me, sinking into a reverie. Then the entry curtain of a nearby shop swings open. A wave of warmth issues forth, especially pronounced in this winter night. The cold wind carries an unfamiliar voice to my ears. It's a young woman, speaking in a tone familiar from so many meetings with investors. Her voice is strained with a myriad of suppressed emotions, but she's still doing her best to be scrupulously polite. Oh. Too much? Oh no, not at all. I only had a drop. This here's fine. My driver's waiting nearby. Another new character! you so much for your time. I hope you consider what we discussed earlier about the middle school. I turn and see several young men and women stepping out of the shop, smiling with a cool distance that is instantly recognizable. After exchanging a typical farewell pleasantries, they don their coats and depart in twos and threes. The last remaining person is a woman dressed in a pink suit. As soon as the others have left, a smile vanishes from her face. Her lips curl downward and her brows furrowed in slight dissatisfaction. The weariness she now exudes is at odds with her age and her elegant outfit. Finally, she scrubs her hands across her face, exhaling a cloud of white breath. I look away, putting these strangers in a seemingly less than pleasant drinking party out of my mind. Except this person has an entire Sprite, so probably of some kind of importance. Castle isn't here. I hear someone trudging through the snowdrifts, their footsteps heading towards me in fits and starts. Soon the woman's voice I heard earlier speaks again, now right behind me. Are you waiting for the streetcar? At this hour it's going to be a while. I turn. The woman lifts the brim of her hat slightly to reveal her face. Very dignified as she stands before me, scanning my haggard visage with her very but bright eyes. But I have absolutely no recollection of that face. You Kotori Sakuma, aren't you? Well, everyone keeps telling me that. I have no memory of it. It's a declaration. She speaks with her arms folded, her slender brows knitted once again. As if her stare might bore right through me, into the snowy landscape at my back, and all the way to the streetcar some unfathomable distance away. I'm sorry, do I know you? The next words catch in her throat, and her eyes fly open wide. I can practically see, so it's true, and it wasn't a lie after all, written across her every feature. Are you serious? Never mind, I'm Yayoi Sakurai. Finally! A name without a K! Well, not completely without a K, but not in the beginning at least. Sakurai. Off the top of my head, the only thing that name brings to mind is the Sakurai family. Or more accurately, corporation. They hopped on board the Meiji Restoration a few decades ago and made a fortune in textiles and foreign trade. But compared to other influential, well-connected families, the Sakurai family, while endowed with eye-watering wealth, lacked what was truly important to the upper class: a pedigree. Yes! Yippee! She scrutinizes my expression before slowly parting her lips again. Yes, that's right, one of those Sakurai. I rack my brains, but can't remember having run afoul of a fine young lady like this, and I don't think the troop has ever received any related investments. Sakurai pinches the sleeves of her suit. They're studded with a pair of sapphire cufflinks that flash in a lamplight. The jeweled hues glow clear in their golden settings, and they scintillate bright as flame. I'm not awake enough for all of these words. These are indeed befitting of a daughter of the Sakurai family, but perhaps in an attempt to emphasize the lavishness, the cufflinks are encrusted in so much gold ornament it overshadows the sapphires. It seems like a waste of such fine gems. Sakurai purses her lips. A trace of regret enters her expression. I wanted to see you. I thought they were lying to me, since, after all... No, forget it. Pretend they didn't say anything. You don't know me, and that's for the best. If anyone asks, just say we didn't meet tonight. It'll be better for both of us. Girl! I have amnesia. I don't fucking know who you are, or what you want from me. If you're waiting here, I must be keeping you from something else. Yes, and it's so cold out. I'll give you a lift. Think of it as an apology. Oh? Well, that's nice. As I mentioned, at this hour, it'll be ages before the streetcar shows up. You're going to be frozen solid. That's because of all the bizarre goings-on and people I've been dealing with lately. Sakurai's behavior doesn't strike me as unusual. It even sparks a faint, surreal sensation that I've come back in touch with human society. It's not a bad feeling. Since I remember nothing, and this is all clearly a hindrance to her, it must have something to do with my forgotten surname. If so, it'd be best if we owe each other nothing. I'd appreciate that. I'm going to GK Hospital. Oh? Very well. Here's my car. Let's go. A black car slowly comes to a stop at the side of the road, and a young woman gets out and opens the back door. Sakurai signals to me to board, then she herself settles into the passenger seat. The GK Hospital. No, wait, is there a flower shop near the hospital? We'll head there first. A flower shop? This late at night? You can't visit a patient empty-handed, and you don't seem to be in that much of a hurry, yes? You could do with smelling some flowers too. You look so ill. You're going to have nightmares. But there won't be any flower shops open this late. Sakurai pauses at my words and bursts out laughing. I can tell you're new in town. This is Ginza in Tokyo. You can always buy anything. Once her laughter fades, she turns to glance at the woman turning the crankshaft on the car. The woman has one arm planted on the hood of the car. How does that work? Isn't the hood of the car outside? Her sleeve rolled up to the elbow. She seems to be pressing down quite hard. Before we got to Tokyo, our assigned driver chatted with us from time to time. According to him, each time you start a car, you have to manually insert the crank into the front of the car and turn itself. Oh, right, my bad. Of course, different time, different cars. That makes sense. But cranking the lever takes a lot of strength, and you have to be careful it doesn't kick back and break your fingers once the engine starts. It's a job that calls for the utmost concentration. A few people take it on. At the time, I thought he was just trying to justify a higher fee, but now it seems he was telling the truth. Is she a driver? Yes. A bead of sweat forms on the woman's forehead. Her teeth are gritted, her cheeks bulging. Sakura simply casts her gaze further down the road, not looking at either me or the driver. Her voice lowers as well. I was like, how are you sitting in the car and also have your hand on the hood? But yeah, it's those old cars where you had to crank that. I get it. Is there something you'd like to say? Come on, I don't bite. Nothing. As long as you pay her wages and she does the work, it's all fine. The car rumbles thunderously, and the seats jolt before settling back into a milder vibration that doesn't make my head spin. The belch of steam, the engine comes to life. Same! I was like, okay, so you have your hand out the window? I'm glad they're actually explaining it. Having started the car, the woman returns to the driver's seat. Sakura's shoulders relax and she leans back against the headrest. We have to get going before it starts snowing again. The car grinds to the accumulated snow on both sides of the street, churning up flakes like goose down. Crumbling into tiny particles that flutter through the air like a miniature snowfall, landing in the bare ruts in the car's wake. The woman drives steadily. The scenery slowly scrolls by outside the window. The car passes through an intersection, drawing ever closer to the hospital. Winter in Tokyo is colder than I expected. Oh, it's true. This year is a little out of the ordinary. We haven't had such heavy snow before. At least nothing that would pile up so high in a few hours. Sakura gestures to indicate the height. Some of the earlier tension is slowly ebbing from her voice. I wonder why your troop just got here from Kyoto, yes? You take a while to adjust, and that's normal. The upside is that when you do want snow, you don't have to go out of your way to sightsee. As she spoke, her gaze flits across the shops outside, which still show no sign of winding down for the day. Finally, the car stops at the door of a small flower shop. Traces of snow are slowly melting on the tiles of the shop entrance. Small space before the doorway is illuminated by a warm yellow lamp. Peering through its glow in the misted windows, I can make out the blurry contours of the flowers within. This will do. Let's get out. Oh, and it is a G. The flower shop is suffused with the scent of fresh flowers and leaves and a hint of spice. The breeze stirred by the opening door wafts its aromas toward me. The warm air gently caresses my taut nerves, leaving traces of fragrance. Sakura easily weaves her way through the display cases, moving past the organza, washi paper, and wrapping ribbon. She stands, head bowed, among the glass jars of fresh-cut flowers, surveying them intently. For someone who's ill, I think lilies, carnations, and... oh, they have snowdrops here too. That's rare. They look fresh as well. We're getting some of these and arranging them in a basket. Are snowdrops suitable for the sick? In the language of flowers, they represent hope and vitality, and besides, they don't have a strong smell. I think it should be fine. How about you? Hope and vitality, huh? Let's go with that. Thank you. Sakura calls over the shop owner. Besides that handful of white blossoms, their heads drooping like wind chimes, she asks for several other common flowers. As her sister snip away busily, I reach for my wallet, but she stops me. I was the one who suggested coming here. Consider my trait. How are we connected to this woman? Like... that is so interesting. But she shakes her head. Her expression is tinged with a smile and a sort of affable ease. It seems somewhat out of place given that we only just met. Sakura must know that as well as I do. But perhaps late night fatigue dissolves certain boundaries, and so that smile stays poised on her lips. I'll take it as a thank you gift for our conversation earlier. I really enjoyed your reactions. Ma'am, your flowers are ready. The shop owner holds out a basket. Sakura picks it up and thrusts it into my arm somewhat brusquely. The soft fragrant flower petals tickle my nose, and for a moment I can't find the words to refuse. My stupefied look must be quite amusing. Sakura finishes paying and looks over at me. Once again, she doesn't suppress the upward quirk of her lips. Oh, are you still standing there gawking? Let's go. The car's already running. Oh, right. Back in the car, the light sun quickly fills the enclosed space, making the atmosphere a little more relaxed than before. I remember you work in the theater, true? I nod before remembering that she can't see me from up front. I shift my gaze a little awkwardly to the leather that encases the back of the car seat. The leather is crisscrossed with dense organic wrinkles, which segmented into countless miniature triangles. It's mesmerizing. My brother in Christ, what? What is going on in that brain? Yes, the Emerald Eye Troop. Have you heard of it? Not only have I heard of it, I know about the accident you had and your hand injury. What? There's nothing surprising about it. Our family and yours, meaning the Sakuma family, we work together sometimes. The sort of news would reach me even if I didn't seek it out. At this point, Sakurai folds her arms again. Her fingers drum against the clothed joints with a light skittering sound. Sakuma family. So on top of the magic, they built this much influence. Enough for Sakurai to bring it up with me. It really would be best to stay blissfully ignorant. Dear me, I was sure your uncle or your sister would have met with you. When I heard that you'd lost your memory, I thought it was just your family's pretext for fobbing me off. I only realized it was true when I saw you today. Text. What do you mean by that? What did I do? Nothing. It doesn't matter. In any case, if you plan to go back... Now, given what your sister's like, she makes sure you go back. If you're still completely in the dark, then it will be far too late. Oh well. What I'm about to say may not be best coming from me, but I think you should at least know some of the facts. Oh yes, please! The current head of the Sakuma family is your uncle, Minoru Sakuma. Your parents... Never mind that. The point is, they left you and your younger sister Sarina to be raised by him. It's been over a decade since then. Yeah! Yeah! We are related to that girl we saw in the shop eating a bunch of stuff. And a pretty guy with the long hair. Yay! Sakuma-san is a highly capable man, but when he was running the Sakuma family business, he wasn't too fond of the Sakuma name. And so, as far as the public knows, the family enterprise has nothing to do with the family itself. That's why it's understandable that you don't know about it. The original cover story was that, being the eldest son, you have your own dreams and aspirations. As such, most people believe that Sarina will ultimately inherit the business, and your head injury truly clinched it. But if you were to come back, that would change things, especially after Sakuma-san alerted our family again. Sarina has spent the past few years shadowing Sakuma-san as his apprentice. She's changed so much, I can't say I understand her any longer. She's a bit too headstrong, and her tactics can be rather underhanded, in all sorts of things, including when it comes to her brother. Not to mention how the Sakuma family also... Are you listening? When she mentions those two names, Minoru and Sarina, a familiar splitting pain suddenly courses to my skull. My headache, which has subsided over a year of recuperation, now flames like a furnace rekindling from embers, kicking up fragments of memory. You have to go, Oni-san, with them? So that's it, I see. It's okay, Oni-san. You've always been the one protecting me. This time it's my turn to protect you. Minoru-san is coming. Oni-san, Oh, here you are. The teacher tells me that you've done fine work on your recent assignments, but you seem far too tired lately. Why didn't you tell me about this? I don't recall ever instructing you to be the kind of child who doesn't dare to speak up. Your sister does excellently. Very well. Take the young master back to his room and let him have a good long rest this time. And put him on a lighter diet. Be sure to tell the kitchen staff not to add salt. What? Huh? Salt? Hey, are you alright? No, you're triggering some kind of memories in me. Sarina and Minoru-san. Amidst these memories, unearthed from some unknown recesses of my brain, a voice is calling out. I heave great gasps of air. Sharp pain slices Sakurai's words into unintelligible pieces. It's only after the pain slowly recedes that I gain some breathing room. Sakurai is clutching the padded passenger seat, alarm still lingering on her face. I kept calling you, but you didn't answer. How are you feeling? You want to get a checkup? We're already at the hospital. The grand entrance of Chike Hospital casts its long, dense shadows over Sakurai's face. He's frowning once again, brows drawn together into fine creases. I'm fine. I get this laugh sometimes. Don't worry.
Don't worry about it.
Really? Really? She continues to stare at me with furrowed brows. Her gaze rakes across my face, damp with cold sweat. I force a rather stiff smile. It must look quite unsightly, since Sakura's frown deepens even further. After a while, she swivels and looks away. Her voice has regained its coolness. Since you're right, it's no longer my concern. You may leave. Don't forget to wipe your sweat before you go. I get out of the car, carrying the basket of flowers. Sakura waves to me through the window, then turns back and says a few words to the driver. She slowly vanishes from sight to the sound of the chugging engine. Only then do I shift my gaze to the hospital sign. The GK Hospital looks like it was built not too long ago, given its relatively Western architecture, but it's a huge building. Even at this late hour, it blazes with lamplight, and through the neatly arrayed glass partitions, I can make out a throng of busy medical staff with patients awaiting treatment. Well, this means I'm far from being the only late-night visitor. That's something, at least. Room 201. The wind gusts across my damp forehead and I shiver. I better hurry in. The corridors of the inpatient ward... Impatient? Of the inpatient ward are only lit by small lamps, most likely to avoid disrupting the patient's rests. I occasionally spot family members seated on benches outside the room speaking in hushed voices. The nurses and relatives all tread lightly as they move back and forth. The lamps only illuminate the tops of their heads. The rest of them remain shrouded in darkness, and the shadows at their feet unfurl from short to long, like paper cutouts dancing in the wind. The door of room 201 stands ajar. A faint light seeps through the cracks underneath. This is the time the staff make their rounds. I can see nurses and doctors shuttling in and out of the other rooms. Only room 201 stands undisturbed. Maybe it isn't Kazuya's turn yet. I take a deep breath as I internally reassure myself, then, moving as quietly as I can, I push the door fully open. Oh yeah, he's dead. Look at his skin! There's no one else in the room, only Kazuya lying silent on the bed, nearest the window, still as a colorless sculpture. Pale moonbeams and pale lamplight weave together to form a gauzy veil, which drapes down to kiss the back of Kazuya's hand, where the intravenous needle pierces the pallid skin. I hold my breath until I see the slight rise and fall of his chest. Then I can finally let the pent-up air come rushing out in a sigh. So glad. So glad. I gently clear space among the objects littering the bedside table and set down the flowers I'm holding. The faint scent pervades the room, and Kazuya's brows, drawn so taut even in deep sleep, seem to gradually ease. Only now do I notice that his collar has fallen open in his sleep. Between the folds of fabric I catch a glimpse of his slender neck. I can make out the blue veins beneath his thin skin. I reach out to help adjust his collar, but when I brush against his skin, I vaguely sense that something is different from ordinary skin. There's a certain dry smoothness to it. He's blending into his clothes and he is. He is. Just like exposed flesh. My fingers tremble a little as I part his collar and uncover what is hidden beneath, leaving it quivering in the cool air. The muscular fibers that should be covered by skin are instead laid bare. I see every slight twitch of the vibrant scarlet sinews. The wounds are irregular in shape, and an eerie blue glow flickers around their edges, casting a ghastly aura upon his corpse-like form. Rather than shock, worry, or any emotion of the sort, what floods through me at first is a wild, unseemly joy. These don't look moist. They're not oozing any fresh fluids. They must have been made a while ago. Not as far back as a year, and not as recent as the past few days. Kazuya is alive. The wounds are perfectly even where they meet the skin. I can even picture Kazuya pointing the tip of the knife at his own chest and slowly, methodically carving away his own hair, leaving behind the scars, glimmering blue like an octopus or a jellyfish, or plankton drifting through the deep sea night. Katsuya's words softly reverberate within my head. Is this magic again, or? But even with these wounds, Kazuya's body bears no signs of suturing. He's still alive. He's alive right now. My gaze remains helplessly fixed on the strips of exposed flesh. The rise and fall of Kazuya's steady breathing, imbuing them with a raw, bloody vitality. In the stillness, thoughts slowly unfurl tendrils from my mind. Outside the window is deep darkness, and silence reigns within. It's so quiet I can hear the fluid dripping from the glass bottle. Does atmosphere lends itself to the wildest speculation? It almost urges the mind to run rampant, but no matter what, I refuse to delve any further into my growing doubts and suspicions. Why are Kazuya and Hamaru-sensei and I the only ones still alive? But the thought that they're still alive, that should be enough. That's enough for me to calmly face what comes next. Until the moon outside the window slowly sinks even deeper into the pre-dawn clouds, until the sky is tinted with a faint pink-purple blush and a steady glow forms around the edges, until my dry eyes blink and are met with a long delayed redness. Before Kazuya's eyelashes stir, I straighten his collar back to rights and leave a note conveying my well wishes and Hamaru-sensei's request. Then I stealthily depart the hush of the sick room. Shutting the door feels like sealing away some secret. What? And suddenly you're really fast. It's light out by the time I get back to the troop. Pain drops in my swollen temples. There's mentally my body taking its revenge for a string of restless nights, but my mind is still lively. So lively, in fact, that I lie in bed for half an hour without feeling the slightest touch of sleepiness. I better just follow up with Kazematsuru. Okay. Every trace of last night's disorder had vanished when I got back. It was really Hamaru-sensei who tidied it up, but they've always been averse to getting their hands dirty. They seem like the purely intellectual sort. It's hard to picture them cleaning and carrying on their own. I remember, I've got the phone number. Right here. I reach into my pocket and retrieve the card Kazematsuru thrust on me. After I look at the number, I turn the phone dial. 7239. Hello? Through the receiver, I can hear the crackle of static and a woman's voice, polite and remote. I'd like to speak with Kazematsuru-san. Very well, please hold. The woman replies courteously, and after a short while I hear Kazematsuru's voice. I can make out her tone over the line. Yeah? It's me. You're... I hate when people actually do that. Hey, it's me. Like, okay, in our current age of mobile phones, you will most likely have the other person's number, like, saved. Sure, and then you know who it is when you pick it up. But in this case, where you go through a phone operator, it's me. Who's me? Who's you? Kazematsuru pauses. I can hear leather boots rapping against the floorboards, and soon the airy sound of something sinking into a soft sofa. Got it. Just go to the Sakuma. Done already. That was quick. Honestly, you could have given yourself a few days off. I don't have enough clout to know how much you get done in one day. A little too well behaved, aren't you? Forget it. That sounds like I'm chewing you out. Anyway, I take it you're free now. Yes, why should I meet you? I pretend not to have heard any of our rambling, but I can't quite banish the warmth from my face. Let's see. At this hour, you should just come straight here. True police precinct. I'll be waiting for you at front. But what about your work? Gotta be terrible self-quality, right? It's like, it's me. Who? I'm top dog around here. If I have to handle everything personally, it'll look like those lackeys of mine aren't pulling their weight. Let them deal with it. Meeting you is more important. As I hastily hang up the phone, I hear the peal of a woman's laughter on the other end. Anyway, I should head over. I wonder if you do the choice where you immediately stick with her. Is all of this that we've just seen with the hospital just not something you experience? I tidy myself up and go downstairs, still feeling a little weak at the knees. I spent all night sleepless and out in the biting wind. I'm not sure which of those is the reason, but my feet, usually so limp and sure, now feel as heavy as bags of wet sand. When I open the door, the sun is perched high in the sky. Despite how bright it is, it only gives off the meager warmth of a gas lamp, not enough to melt the snow heaped along the road. The wait for the bus is better by daylight. The bicycles that were driven home by the bitter cold last night are now back in the Ginza streets, bells ringing merrily. People stream on and off the streetcars, jostling each other so roughly I cringe a little at the sight. It's not like I'm short of money, I'll just do it. With that thought, I head towards a driver parked by the roadside, eagerly touting his services. The car's glossy black paint is spotless, and the seats seem roomy enough. It's added an extra layer of hand-stitched cushions as well. One door stands wide open, the wind flowing through. Even if the interior isn't scented, I doubt it'll have the unpleasant reek of leather and motor oil. Not so bad, though I have no idea why I think that. My only memories of car rides at a trip to Tokyo and the ride I took with Sekore last night. I shouldn't really have any insight or basis for the comparison. Take me to the Shiro police precinct. The interior of the police station is remarkably imposing. The two-story Western-style building is adorned with ostentatious marble columns. It's plain to see that they have a generous budget. It must have been renovated, or maybe, like the hospital, it was just built recently. The driver, seemingly awed by authority, stops a short distance away from the station. I pay him and get out of the car, and immediately catch sight of a figure standing next to a pile of soaked snow, kicking stray clumps with an expression of profound boredom. It's Kazumatsudo. How long's he gonna keep me waiting? I mean, it takes a while to get there. About as long as it takes a grain of sand to fall. Kazumatsudo pricks up her ears. She stops kicking at the snow and turns to look at me. A gust of wind whips past, setting my coat rustling. I'm a bit cold, but if I did up my coat properly, I'd lose some points in sheer style. Oh, come on now. Come on now. You walk pretty softly. Her eyebrows arch high. She stamps her feet, flattening the snow and mud beneath her soles, and appraises me with those striking eyes. It's kind of childish to sneak up on someone like that. And why don't you button your coat? For style points, apparently. Because it was warm enough inside the car, and the snow isn't melting today, and the perfect wind was blowing, but I can't say any of that. I figured there'd be a warm fireplace in the police station. He's aura farming. Like, hey, I'm an amnesiac, and also all of my troop members, except for maybe 2 people, were actually dead all around. And I don't know what's happening, but I still need to get my aura. You're right about that. Kazumatsudo barks a laugh. She drops the topic without nitpicking my excuse any further, and with a wave of her hand, she beckons me to follow her. We occasionally cross paths with some uniformed police officers. They seem to be low-ranking and are scrupulously polite to Kazumatsudo and to me riding on her coattails. But even before we get too far off, the true colors become clear. I can hear the venom they spit behind our backs. It's not pleasant. I reflexively glance at Kazumatsudo, who shows no sign of having heard a word. She leads me through the main hall, along a walkway lined with snow and withered twigs, and down another flight of stairs. Finally, she stops in front of a door labeled Archives. What am I doing here? Well, the autopsy and examination will take some time. I'm not in charge of that part, so when I've got some time in my hands, I come here to look at the things. You want to know why they ended up like this, don't you? I've sorted out all the files so you can take a look. She pushes open the door as she speaks and confidently strides in, quickly vanishing out of sight behind 2 cabinets. The metal surface of the filing cabinet warms my reflection. Countless cabinets hold countless copies of me, like a labyrinth of mirrors. Thousands of eyes glitter back at me from those depths, flashing green or blue under the incandescent lamps.
Your eyes are brown. Your eyes are brown. Are they not?
I shut the door behind me and head inwards, following the sound of the tapping boots. The reflections on both sides follow me, their severed body swaying. The metal flashes white before my eyes. It's nothing like glass. The whiteness is completely blank, devoid of any reflection or stain, an empty desert as hazy as a mirage. I look myself in the eye. The reflection is sightless, but I'm seized by the inexplicable feeling that I'm being watched. Surely it's just an illusion because my reflection's eyes are so clear. That's the only explanation. Found it, Sakuma. You're still there. Unfortunately. Kazumatsudo's voice drifts to me. I squeeze my way between the filing cabinets and spot her at a row of cabinets against the wall. She's holding a slim spear. What? A slim folder. Hello, brain, please. It's all here. The files are not old. Accident of yours. It wasn't an accident. Of course, it's just copies. She slaps the folder against my chest. I have to scramble to keep it from falling. Read it here. I'm not taking it outside. She speaks like taking me to the archives is just a matter of course. There's a kind of brazenness to her tone, and a hint of mounting excitement. My palms are slick with sweat, because Kazumatsudo seems as unfazed as ever. Can I really read this? Isn't it classified or something? To a regular person, yes, but in your case, it's fine as long as you don't take it outside. Relax, no one's going to give you any trouble if you tell them your name is Sakuma. That's not good. That's not a good thing. And I pulled the trigger too. Nobody will come in here, no one can hear what we're saying. The perfect move for swapping some secrets. She laughs, seemingly amused by her own joke. Alright, you better get cracking before the canteen opens. At Kazumatsudo's urging, I open the folder. There isn't much inside, just an old newspaper, a few photographs, and a sheaf of reports. News report of the accident. The old newspaper rustles as I pick it up. It seems to have been lying there for quite a while. The front page is dominated by an article about the train accident. train? What? Signal failure or human error. Tokaido mainline in derailment accident exposes hidden hazards. Hidden hazards? Ooh. My throat feels parched just from reading this far. The printed text stays into my retinas. A familiar pain is spreading through my temples as if I've been struck by something heavy. Echoes ring through me. With trembling fingers, I peel away a photograph from the clip stack, and I get a stark black and white view of the train tumbling from the tracks, engulfed in flames, and the broken and shattered human bodies. It's impossible to tell the dead from the living. Oh. The close-up shots of severed limbs. Why would you put that in the newspaper, though? I can see the mangled flesh and stumps of bones. My brain throbs. I'm going to throw up. I splatter those pictures with the hues of fat, marrow, blood. Ugh. Oozing yellow fat, ashen white ends of split bone, soft pink tendons enfolding them, blood slowly oxidizing from crimson to rust brown. When a human body is taken apart, it should resemble an old painting in lush colors. But when it's truly laid bare before me, carelessly splashed with pigments, its cross-section on display to the entire world, my only sensation is horror. Everything was scorching hot in the wake of the explosion. I could feel someone hauling me along. Blood streamed from my ringing ears. But amidst the acrid stench of burning chemicals, my lungs kept working. No matter how much I wished they wouldn't, they still faithfully brought me a scent that roused my appetite. Appetite? My brain was in ecstasy. It told me that this was the aroma of roasted flesh. The smell which had saved me feels so palpable now, so indelible, as if it might surely have made my mouth water and my stomach growl. As if, among the screams and moans of my fellow humans, it might have filled me with a craving to set upon them, to bite and swallow and devour. Maybe this isn't just a hallucination. How else could I so vividly imagine the itch of the blood creeping across my skin? My mind stops short, but I'm reeling in terror. Did I do something else to them in that expanse of darkness beyond my mind's reach? Did I sniff? Did I lick? Did I... Hey, you okay? Absolutely not. Kazamatsuru lightly pats me on the shoulder, then plucks the photograph out of my hand. It scrapes from being clutched too tightly. She takes the files out of the fold and shoves them into my hands, then picks up the photos, my gaze still glued to them. She tucks them away in a pocket as if draping a cloth over a box so I can no longer see what's inside. All I'm left with is that hallucination, so real and so insubstantial all at once. These are rough going. You should try reading the text instead. I swallow my saliva. The noise seems to ring loud in the quiet archives. Kazamatsuru might have heard it, but if so, she simply arches an eyebrow and waits for me to speak. I remembered some things from back then. Back then, when the train derailed, I think something exploded. I smelled burning. My head is spinning. My stomach churns with nausea. Speaking is an ordeal. Every word feels like it has to be ground into powder and squeezed through the gaps between my teeth. Burning, it was... That's enough. Sorry. Kazamatsuri seems a little startled, but she swiftly makes a hold the right there gesture, cutting off any further speech. Huh? No need to apologize. What I mean is, you only just remembered all this. Telling me about it right away can't be easy on you, both physically and mentally. I know about these things. I've been there too. Facing your fellow humans, thinking how delicious they smell and holding back your... appetite, or whatever you call it, huh? It's not easy for a regular civilian to deal with. My voice and demeanor completely calm, a silent balm to my strained nerves. Besides, you were so badly injured you lost your memory. I doubt you could move around that much. If you didn't do it, you didn't. You don't have to beat yourself up over thoughts that never came true. The point is, you've had amnesia and only just remembered all this. It's not your problem. Do you want to keep reading? Yes. Of course! Of course! I take a few deep breaths, and when my emotions have settled a little, I pick up the sheaf of reports again. But as I read, a nagging feeling strengthens that something is off. I subconsciously frown. The preliminary investigation found that a moderate-sized explosion occurred in carriage 9, but no explosive residue was detected at the scene. What does this mean? It means that the explosives in that carriage amounted to around 3 cans of gunpowder. The explosion caused the carriage to overturn and triggered a whole series of other reactions, but no trace of them was found. In a situation like this, it's only reasonable to run a sweep for magical activity. But I wasn't in Tokyo at the time, so it couldn't be done. Or rather, they didn't want to deploy manpower from this side, and now there's no way to follow up. Didn't want to. It's a matter of life and death. And so what? Someone wanted to cover it up, someone was willing to pay the compensation, and certain people needed proof that I and my Special Investigation Division are all used as waste of space. Something else seems to occur to her. Her expression darkens and she says no more. I placed an investigation report in the folder. Kazamatsuru reties the strings with practiced ease and shuts it away again in the unlabeled cabinet. Are you angry about that? I feel like I ought to be angry, and I am, but for some reason I'm not particularly surprised. Just as I've personally witnessed before and heard from others, this sort of internal strife is inevitable between people. It's not rare by any means. What matters is how you turn it to your advantage. The ache in my forehead swells and sharpens. I don't like this line of thinking, and what I hate even more is that, for some reason, my brain has accepted it as a routine truth. My neck feels like it's snapped under this weight, my hand sags lower and lower, about to kiss the dirt at my feet. Kazamatsuru strokes her chin, then she speaks, dispelling the heavy silence that was starting to descend. Stop spacing out. Now you've got new intel, it's time to help me out. Yes, right. What is it? My tickled skeins of thought are probably shoved back into my skull, and I involuntarily stammer in response. As Kazamatsuru ignores my lack of manners, she simply folds her arms and continues speaking. Before getting into that, I have to ask. It looks like you already know about magic. But do you have any deeper understanding of it? Absolutely no. Deeper understanding? I must be visibly at a loss, because the look Kazamatsuru gives me is exasperated but unsurprised, like a veteran tutor faced with a slow pupil. I thought so, but I figured about throwing you to the wolves like this. Sorry, tough explaining the basics to the precinct staff. Whatever. I sure hope you're smarter than that. I start with some common knowledge for mages. I'm only going to say this once, so listen up. First off, what you need to know is that these powers, the gifts from the gods, can be passed down to the bloodline. That point we know. Also, the materials used in magical rituals are pricey, and it's hard to cover the cost alone, so mages value inheritance and family ties over everything else. You've been through this yourself, haven't you? You suddenly discovered you had some strange ability and you were all at sea. You had no clue why this was happening. Magic is kept secret from the regular public, and also from mages who don't have teachers to guide them. I nod, reflecting on how I'm still completely ignorant of my own magic and have no idea where to even start unraveling this tangle. You know you have magic. Next question. So you should just assume that if you butt heads with a mage, you find yourself in no end of trouble. I'm all over Kazamatsuru's words, wondering exactly how she figures into all this, but judging from how she acted yesterday, I'm guessing she's no end of trouble herself. But since it can be passed down by blood... I'm still putting together my sentence when Kazamatsuru stops, looking uncharacteristically hesitant. She's silent for a while before finally letting out a sigh. I have an uneasy sense of foreboding. Sakurai's words echo in my ears again. Sakura family is endowed with magical powers, and my sister has grown headstrong. Yeah, spot on. And things are actually bad in this generation. Before the Ishii family had too many children with talents, the family mansion was essentially a coliseum. And if there was anything worth inheriting on top of that, the clash would continue until one party died. The main family fought amongst themselves, and the branch families, after defeating their own siblings, still had to vie with the main family's children. Some mages were so set on preserving the purity of their bloodlines to even... let's not go there. You don't need to know any more than that. Kazamatsuru speaks in a low voice, expression pained, but she quickly shakes that off and moves on to another subject. That's all on this topic. You should also know about ateliers. For the majority of mages, this is the most important thing. Ateliers? My mind reflexively flashes back to the mysterious space that I was sent into after opening Kazuya's briefcase. Is that a space outside reality? Oh, looks like you've come across one. Not bad. That is exactly it. Mages, to be exact, most of those hereditary guys, each have an atelier that belongs to them. That's why they're in closest contact with the divine blessings. The principles of constructing an atelier are way too complicated to get into here. Basically, think of it as a series of large-scale magic rituals that take a huge toll on the practitioner. Once the construction is done, they gain a sacred space that belongs to them and exists outside of this world. Unless they're unconscious or grant someone else permission to enter that space, belongs totally to them forever. I'm guessing you've heard a thing or two about Buddhism and Taoism and all that nonsense. Well, an atelier is the equivalent of their flower or leaf or their body. That actually doesn't make it easier for me to understand, but okay. It never disappears, and in the hands of a mage who lives long enough, it becomes a treasure trove. It's almost impossible to construct an atelier single-handedly, which means that, effectively, only families can afford it. And since it can't be transferred between people, well, I think you can guess what happens. It's inherited. Got it in one. Kazamatsuru snaps her fingers. Is it just me or does she look relieved? She reminds me of a teacher pleasantly surprised that a young child is actually capable of studying. I can barely imagine what sort of people she's been working with until now. It's very expensive, and its value accumulates over time, making it perfect to be passed down as a family heirloom. Which means that mages who have the backing of families and mentors, and who are regarded as the next in line, basically all have their own ateliers or about to inherit them. No, she specifically said she would only explain it once. So... Who knows, I bet if you go back to the Sakama family, they have one ready and waiting for you. Her lips twitch as she says this, then she changes the subject again with seeming nonchalance. Ugh, I'm getting off topic. What it all boils down to is that ateliers are where mages can exert their powers to the fullest extent. That's why most of them secure the atelier in an object they can carry with them, so they can enter at any time. For mages carrying out magical studies, or preparing for a ritual, the atelier is the safest place to be, and is also the most dangerous place for an invader. I need you to make contact with the worshippers, but I don't want to get you killed. If you notice that your surroundings have changed, you better watch out. What should I do if I'm trying to leave an atelier? Find the exit, or get the mage to let you out, or knock them unconscious. Of course, the best way to handle this is to kill them, but in your case, just sweet-talk them, no matter how much you have to bow and scrape and grovel. Dignity is less important than staying alive. Get out of there and let me deal with the rest. Speaking of which, as Amanda's severe gaze settles on me, her voice is stern. Do you have experience wielding magic? No. Not to my knowledge. Or memory. There's no point bluffing here. Even though Katsumano stares sends chills down my spine, I nod. You're honest, the reliable type. Good, that's right. That's how everyone should be. A gloved hand grips mine. She's squeezing quite hard. It hurts, but I bite back my yelp of pain before I can emerge. Because the look on her face scares me a little. It's like... what exactly? It feels vaguely familiar, as if someone once expected me with this exact expression.
Maybe because she did.
I mean, we could do it. Wait, we have memories pertaining to the last year, and nothing before that. But also, he's probably a young adult. So there's quite a few years of life there, technically. Focus, don't get distracted. Close your eyes. My eyes automatically fall shut at her voice. Before long, a soft breeze, threaded with the slightest chill, flows through our joined palms and gently makes its way into my bloodstream. My heart starts to pound. The familiar tagging sensation courses through me again, and the next instant I'm enveloped in that chill. And so I can feel something, like blood, but not quite, pouring out of my heart, rushing through my veins. It swiftly and tenaciously swarms into the crevices between every cell. At last, it comes to a hold at the back of my tongue with a faint prickling pain. This is your magic. It issues from the heart, the weakest part of a mage's body, and finally condenses in the body part you use to wield your magic. Remember the way it flows. When you need to use it, let your consciousness trace the path backwards to your heart and call upon the magic stored in your body. If you can't sense it, extreme emotions are a good way to pressure yourself and get your heart rate up. That's a bonus technique. As Kasamatsudo finishes her calm speech, that chilly, syrupy feeling dissipates like a gust of wind. All that's left is a sudden molten surge of magic in my mouth. I'm seized by a strange impulse to open my mouth to speak, and I'm absolutely certain that I have the power to make those words on the tip of my tongue become an even greater reality. My mind is full to bursting. What should I say? My situation right now is so similar to how things were back then in the theater. Did the script's information happen because of me, or was it... My brain feels like it's crammed inside a mortar, being pulverized into a sticky pulp, but my tongue moves faster than my mind. You must be calm. As soon as the last word tumbles out, the pain in my tongue fades. I hope it hasn't left a blister. There, I said it, and a pop hush settles across the room. As I mutter the sun, silence makes me a little uneasy. I instinctively wide my eyes. Her expression is completely blank, but the next instant she's back to the same severe manner I remember from our meeting at the theater, as if what I just saw was a mere illusion. She loosens her tight grasp of my hand and straightens up, moving a little stiffly. Sorry, I got kinda worked up there. You okay? My hand hurts a bit. As Matsuda heaves a deep sigh, the filing cabinet casts a shadow over her features. I'll buy you something to eat to make up for it. Sorry about that. Sure, something. Don't use your magic here, and don't go around showing it off in front of other people. If you can't be sure, they keep their mouths shut. Remember how they felt just now. You can practice a bit more if you have the time. After all, other mages won't be giving you time to meditate. You have a whole lot of magical power. Your talent is greater than many people I've seen. You just need practice. She lets out another sound like a sigh. She seems to be doing that a lot today. And one last thing. She rests her hand on her uniform belt and turns her palm upward. Suddenly, something appears in her hand. It looks like a pink tentacle, its body giving the occasional squirm. What the hell? This is a familiar. This time I can feel my face go rigid. Kazamatsuru picks up the tentacle between her fingers. It seems docile enough. I watch it wriggle like a worm picked up by its neck. Do tentacles even have necks? It thrashes with all its might like it's trying to escape the grip of the human hand. Familiars are also constructed, but there's no time to teach you that now. I'll go into it later. Familiars derive their abilities from the component materials and the magic used in the ritual. A long time ago, making familiars also required praying to the gods, but now that's been replaced by using purified materials. It works just as well. Okay. Most of them aren't harmless, and they aren't as small as this one here. If you run into a familiar, you better brace yourself. I gazed at that tentacle in Kazamatsuru's hand, its tip flexing, slowly curling and unwinding again. I strive to suppress my instinctive revulsion for something so alien, but I get nowhere, so I have to stop looking at it. I'm trying not to be too rude, so I see myself and let Kazamatsuru finish before I speak. What can this familiar do? Kazamatsuru's lips move, and a wave of regret bears down on me. Well, since you ask, I'm going to put it in your no. No. Get away from my eyes. In my eye. Huh? Wait, what's this all of a sudden? You aren't giving me eye surgery or anything, are you? I won't be gouging out your eye or blinding you. I'm not into that sort of thing. This thing has no offensive power. It's the safest type of familiar. Even when it enters your eye, it'll keep itself hidden. You won't feel any discomfort. Why? Why my eye, though? Kazamatsuru hoists the familiar a little higher, treating me to a full view of its marvelous body and plump, glistening suckers. Its purpose is to boost your sensitivity to magic, so you can visually observe any spell traces and magical residue. That way you notice if a mage passes by. If you know who they are, you'll be on your guard, won't you? It'll help you stay safe. But why the eye? Also, if you get attacked or stumble into someone else's atelier, it'll let me know your location and I'll come to your rescue. Kazamatsuru seems to be completely in earnest. Putting something into my eye still sounds incredibly dodgy, but I can tell from her words that she's deeply concerned with my personal safety. Is she, though? Does this just come with being a cop, or did something happen before? The brilliant eyes are trained on me, but no matter how I try, I can't discern any trace of a lie in the tranquil depths. It's urgent bind to someone else's past. I calm down on the urge and turn back to the tentacle, which now lies motionless in Kazamatsuru's hand, presumably worn out from struggling. I'm trying not to contemplate how it'll feel against my eye. Does it really have to go in my eye? Isn't there any other way? Most spells only last a short time, and anything of a longer duration takes a bit too much preparation. If you just keep it with you, an observant mage will easily pick up on it. You're sure this is fine? Of course, I wouldn't get this wrong, even if just on the account of the Sakuma family. I really want to ask exactly who the Sakuma family are and what status they hold to make her and Sakura both speak of them with such wariness. But if Kazamatsuru still insists on stuffing the tentacle into my eye despite all that, maybe it just looks grosser than it actually is. You have to think of it like it's a worm on a string. Instead of a tentacle, maybe that way it'll not be as weird. Maybe... Can I keep my eyes closed or swallow it? I asked this question without harboring much hope, and indeed Kazamatsuru laughs in response. There's no trace of mockery to it, but my face still flushes hot. Fine. Kazamatsuru reaches out and covers my face. I blush, of course. Her calloused fingertips graze across my cheeks and slowly make their way to my right eye, leaving a trail of warmth in their wake. That is your left eye. Not to be mean, but that is your left eye. When she peels up my eyelid with two fingers, I inadvertently choke on a mouthful of spit. Yeah. My expanded field of vision can now clearly take in the incandescent light beaming down from the ceiling, and Kazamatsuru's face approaching mine, eyes gleaming like gems. Kazamatsuru picks up the tentacle. Its fleshy pink body draws closer and closer to my eye. The tentacle uncoils, its tip languorously swaying in the air. I don't want to read this. My body goes taut with anxiety. I can feel Kazamatsuru's breath and the stirring of the wind. Hold still. I force my eyes to stay open. My eyeballs swivel clumsily to the side, but I'm still doomed to watch the familiar's inexorable approach. I don't think any psychological torture could beat this. The instant it settles on my eyeball, I instinctively blink. Everything goes dark. All I sense is a touch upon my eye, vivid and unmistakable. The tentacle is icy against my eyeball. Its suckers are fastened to the most vulnerable part of my head, like an insect's pincers pressing into rotten wood. Ugh. But then it rapidly melts into my eye socket like water, dashing real tears from my eyes. I can tell if any part of the familiar is washed out with them. Finally, a faint sliver of light reappears. Only then do I notice that my right eye's vision is blurry, like I'm peering through a pink veil. Juxtaposed with my normal left eye, it feels so real, as if the world has been split in two. Why can't I see clearly? As I ask my hesitant question, Kazumatsuru's fingers shift from my eyelid to my eye socket. She helps to wipe away the reflexive tears that are still seeping out. You'll be fine soon, it's still fusing. She sounds so calm. Her gaze lingers on my face for a long time, taking in every detail. I can't help but feel like a lab rat. I'm not sure how much time passes, but it must take a while. So long that the belated pangs of hunger start to gnaw at my stomach. Finally, the color obscuring my vision drains away, and everything once again looks the same as before. As my vision clears, my ears almost simultaneously pick up the rumbling of my stomach. I can tell if Kazumatsuru hears it too, but her lips do quirk upwards in a slight smirk. Can you see now? Yes. Time for lunch then. We've been hanging around here long enough. Before we leave out of the corner of my right eye, I notice that my wrist is glimmering faintly with hazy traceries of blue and pink, like rippling water or silk threads. The patterns almost seem to intertwine, weaving into an intricate, unbroken skein. And Kazumatsuru's collar also radiates gentle sparks of mingled blue and pink, like a gemstone under the light. Let's see something weird. Yeah, some kind of glowing pattern. That's right, what you're seeing are the traces of your magic and mine. Remember, if you spot traces like this, that's when you have to beware of everything. Absolutely everything. Having said her piece, Kazumatsuru shoves open the door of the archives. It suddenly dawns on me what expression back then reminded me of. Myself. Last night when I was in the hospital washroom rinsing my face with cold water and caught sight of myself in the mirror. When did that happen? Why are you still standing around? Don't you want lunch? My train of thought cut off, I replied by instinct. Coming. I wonder if she's one of the love interests. Why is there so much? Isn't this a standard portion? Standard? Careful how you hold that or it's going to spill. Hey! It takes a while before Kazumatsuru and I settle down in our seats at the police canteen. It's the middle of mealtime. The canteen is already crowded with cops wolfing down their food. Kazumatsuru's entrance was met with numerous stares, some supposedly covered, others completely overt. My hand is still scalded red from the piping hot ceramic. I almost knocked over the food, and the culprit is sitting before me, the steaming bowl heaped with katsudon. It looks nice. Seriously, what's with you? Were you... Never mind, it's not like you've ever had to carry anything yourself. Kazumatsuru's words contain a veiled accusation of silver spoons and pampered upbringing, and I have no immediate rebuttal. After all, the one who just picked up a tray, almost overturned it, had to hastily catch a bowl before it toppled, and ended up burning his own hand. That was me, right here, Kotori Sakuma. But this bowl of katsudon is indeed enough to tempt a hungry person, let alone me. I've been ravenous for a whole night and half a day. The greasy aroma of fried food fills my nostrils. The air is thick with steam and the sweetness of sauce. Even before taking a single bite, I can imagine the sensation of the succulent meat giving away between my teeth, and how it'll mix with the soft steamed rice to form satisfying clumps. I like that we go from a weird eye thing to here's a tasty description of food. Enjoy. I eat a mouthful of the rice soaked in rich brown sauce, then a second, and a third. I don't scrape my chopsticks against the rim of the bowl, and I don't gulp down my food so fast in front of Kazumatsuru. That's all I can manage right now with my remaining self-control. Once I've gotten some food into my empty stomach, my body is briefly pacified, and I can finally sift through the events of the past 2 days, unconsciously. Oh, there's an eye there that you can not see. I unconsciously start to eat at a slower pace as well. First, Hatsuyuki and the troop members turned out to be corpses. Oh yeah, right, Hatsuyuki was the girl. My bad. Kazuya, Hamone-sensei and I are the only 3 living people in the entire troop. Then there are the signs of reversion on Kazuya's body. Yeah, I prefer these descriptions, yeah. Though it does make me hungry. I look up at Kazumatsuru sitting across the table from me. She wants to track down the worshippers of the white monster, and they seem to be connected to the black mage who was controlling the troop members. I have to say though, like, I would immediately think that the troop leader, I forget the name, I'm sorry, would be suspicious, no? But we were not suspicious of them at all. Plus what Hatsuyuki mentioned about the principles behind reversion. I'm sure that making everyone behave just as they did when they were alive, to the point that they could even perform a love along with me, can't have been a simple spell. But if so, if what Kazamatsu is investigating really is connected to him, I've suddenly lost my appetite. The scent of the food is real, and so is the pleasure I felt as I chewed it. But now it might as well be sawdust in my mouth. I'm full. Oh no! The eyes are a window for wordless communication. How I wish I could bury mine beneath the table right now to keep Kazamatsu from fathoming my guilt. Right? I mean, obviously, like, the Sakuma family seems to be suspicious in some way, though we've not seen too much of them. We've seen them hit Hatsuyuki over the, or more like we've seen the aftermath of Hatsuyuki getting hit over the head. No, not Hatsuyuki. Oh, these names are... Katsuya. These names are... confusing. But like... I'd say the troop leader... I'd say everyone who's just a normal human... human who has not told us anything is some kind of suspicious. She hasn't interrogated me like a criminal, but as her gaze descends on me, I feel as anxious as a petty thief spotted by the police. Oh, I get it. It's tough being an actor, huh? If you're done, I'll send you home. Remember to get used to wielding your magic. Don't. Well, it'll take me a while. Anyway, just spread the news of what you've been through. I'll let you know when it's time. I think if we get the full game, it's gonna be easier. But like, this being this is the prologue. Oh, I say only, but it, you know. Kazamatsu pushes herself up from the table as she speaks. When we exit the canteen, the sun is already high in the sky, finally giving off enough heat to melt the snow. Kazamatsu says nothing as we walk, and neither do I. I simply follow behind her, head bowed. I lose track of how many times I faltered, but just as I'm about to speak, Kazamatsu suddenly stops walking. Oh! A new character, yet again. I freeze, startled. Standing in front of us is a youth. He looks quite young and unremarkably hearty. His feet are firmly planted, squarely blocking our way. So you found more cannon fodder, Captain Kazamatsu. If I still had any doubts as to this youth's identity, his hostile greeting has cleared those up. Gesundheit! Kazamatsu folds her arms. Even without seeing her face, I can hear the chill in her voice. That's none of your business, Kijimoto. This sort of provocation would work better on my father, if you could even get to see him in the first place. Your little brother's old enough to come stay with the main family now, isn't he? I've heard all about the boys' gifts, even in Tokyo. How's that going? Getting worried yet? The hugh's pale face gradually floods with red. I can hear the gnashing of his teeth. His nostrils flare and quiver, and his hands at his sides fold tightly into fists. I was literally just saying, oh my god. Name's already hardened as yet another character. He's a picture of swelling fury, but under Kazamatsu's stare, he can't keep his voice from quaking. Is that supposed to scare me? He's just a little brat, and the main family still hasn't named you as heir. It's not because of your screw-up. You think you're any better off than me. I frown. No matter what, he's taking things a bit too far, and it's obvious that he doesn't intend to let us go anytime soon. But I briefly skimmed through the roles I've played before, and then, with a practiced smile, I tilt my chin just a little. Just like Kazamatsu taught me, I let my desire flow from the tip of my tongue back towards my heart, and the magic comes cascading from my heart, taking over my tongue. Maybe I really am talented, as Kazamatsu says, but right now I couldn't care less about that. Mitsuru, who is this? Kazamatsu's switch is barely perceptible, then she recovers and picks up the thread right where I left off. Thankfully, this Kijimoto-san didn't notice. Nobody worth knowing. One of this good-for-nothing Kazamatsu branch spawn. Kijimoto's already flushed face takes on an even deeper hue of the drunk man. His brows shoot up and he glares daggers at me as if he's on the verge of flinging curses. The words that come hurling from his mouth make my eardrums twinge in discomfort. And who's this boy toy of yours? How dare you criticize me? I arch an eyebrow, and with another flick of my cheek muscles, I poise my lips in the faintest of smiles. But I very conspicuously rake my gaze over him, pausing only long enough to be sure he notices it, then I turn away again and pay him no further heed. A gesture like this isn't aggressive, just impolite at most, but it might as well be a red rag to a bull. Before he really does punch me in the face, I step forward, right into the path of that trembling fist. He takes a reflexive step backwards, and I speak loud and clear so that all three of us can hear it. Oh my, what a surprise! Me, a boy toy. This time Kazematsuru really does audibly scoff. She shoots a scornful glance at the seething Kichimoto and tips her chin upward. Only a brained imbecile could mistake a member of the Sakuma family for a boy toy. How many times are they going to use that word? Kichimoto is apparently desperate to recover the dignity he lost by backing away just now. He lets out a loud bellow, and then, realizing that someone might hear him, hastily lowers his voice again. Itsuru Kazematsuru, have you lost your damn mind? You think you can scare me by bringing the Sakumas into this? It's a good word. Everybody knows the Sakuma is used to scum with no talent. You're not fooling anyone with the street trash you hold in from who knows where. At least put him in a skirt. Is that so? I wasn't aware that people speak of studying it this way in unknown quarters. Seems I better let Minoru-san know that Kichimoto-kun here has a very idiosyncratic perspective on Sakuma family affairs. And you too can probably confirm with Minoru-san whether or not my name is Sakuma. I let my mouth open wide as I speak. I want to be sure he sees my tongue bring me with magic. It's like a burning brand in my mouth. His gaze settles on me and I see his pupils start to quiver. He believes me. Or, to put it another way, he's weak by nature, and as soon as I display a sufficiently tough attitude to rein him in. He might claim not to believe me, but he will acknowledge this false persona if I adopt it. Morin, how is such a wise teacher turn out a wretch like you? Kazematsuru flings out her last words. They make Kichimoto's entire body go rigid. If you think that, as the eldest daughter in the heir, I won't take the family's interests seriously, and I'll kowtow, I hate that word, to anyone just to get an edge over you, isn't that right? All this stubborn wrangling isn't going to make your walnut-sized brain any smarter. After so many years in Tokyo, you still haven't gone at all. It's a real shame. Also, if I let my father know that you insulted Sakuma-san and jeopardized the relationship between our families, well, you better think through how this might hurt your chances against your brother. Scram. Get out of our way. Look at him! Kazematsuru waves him away brusquely. In my right eye, I watch a flurry of pink wind send the youth reeling. We stack us back a few steps, clearing our path. I surreptitiously swallow a scorching clump of spitted magic. As I do so, Kazematsuru grabs me by the arm and we leave the youths ranting behind us. Well, I'll leave you to it. She stands next to a slowly melting pile of snow, her boots spattered with muddy water. But after a few moments, she suddenly calls out to me again, stopping me in my tracks. What he said, it's true. I've been keeping something from you, and now that I'm thinking about it more calmly, you have the right to know what you've been dragged into. Yes, please! This is the only time I can speak honestly about it. Do you want to hear it? It's probably better if you know. After I've heard it, is it too late to refuse, even if I want to? Naturally. I nod. There's no change in Kazematsuru's expression, and her tone remains the same. Where do I start? 5 years ago, right after I took charge of this division, there was a string of magical attacks in Tokyo. The victims were ambushed and abducted, and then turned into twisted, deformed monsters. They had nearly the same powers as mages who undergo complete reversion. They were highly destructive and almost immortal, and barely retained any sanity. Back then, it made a huge stir. When we tracked down the person behind all this, it turned out to be a black mage who worshipped that so-called Lord Octopus. Lord Octopus. Lord Octopus is just like what you've seen. 8 wings and 8 eyes, feathers like fresh snow, eyes like emeralds. There's no record of such a deity in Japan, or in any other East Asian country for that matter. Those followers are designated as a cult. But they're a cunning lot. We were fooled so many times by the false trails and laid for us. And in the end, I'm guessing they got sick of the fuss. The black mage made the first move and appeared before me and my team. She was an elderly woman, getting on in years. Kazematsuru seems to be taking a deep breath, but halfway through returns into a sigh of resignation. The Special Investigation Unit was a brand new unit. My father put the most into it, hoping to use it to restore her family's glory. With no one else stepping up, it was only natural to put me in charge. And apart from me, it was just a bunch of rookies the government dug up. Like you, they suddenly found themselves saddled with these blessings. They didn't know the first thing about the world of mages. They weren't sharp enough, or alert enough, or ruthless enough, or strong enough. Being too soft-hearted got everyone killed, and I was the only one who barely got away. He's right about that. Kazematsuru coughs twice. Her eyebrows sag from the perpetual arc and her eyelids droop. She gazes down at the snow as it slowly melts into the soil, frothing with tiny bubbles. I thought if I went to fetch back up, we could at least bring this one person to justice. She, or the people backing her, they weren't people that Matsu the family could touch. That was when I learned that sometimes power is more useful than the matter, you know. I regret it, but what good does regret do? She shuts her eyes. When she opens them again, those brilliant eyes lock onto me, clear as glass. I can't let this go. That's why, no matter what, even if it means dragging innocent people into this, I have to see her dead. I don't care if she's protected by wealth or power or the other families. If I can't make her confess her crimes in the open, I'll fall back on the older ways. She stays perfectly calm to the very end, just as she said, but for some reason, I feel as if all those turbulent emotions are roiling beneath her icy surface. I've told you as much as I can. The rest will give anyone nightmares. You wouldn't enjoy it. The wind has blown her hat a little crooked. She catches hold of it, then wheels around and heads back to the entrance of the police station. Hold on. What? You told me before that all I have to do is find them, or wait for them to get in touch, and then give you the information. That's right. And the rest, all that dangerous stuff? I'll handle it. It's got nothing to do with you. So at least you don't have to feel guilty about me. You've got a real sharp tongue, you know? It's cold out these days. You better go back and get some rest. I'll let you know if there's any news. Eh? How long is this demo? On the way back to the troop lodgings, the snow seems unusually bright for some reason. I rub at my right eye, where an ache is slowly developing. A breeze whisks past, and when I lower my head, I notice a patch of color that stands out stark against the white snow. She's weird and intense, but I like her. I hope she's one of the love interests, actually. A smear of deep green extends along the street into an alleyway that shows no sign of light or life. Uh-oh. Standing at the mouth of the alleyway by moonbeams and lamplight, I can just make out a signboard half shrouded in shadow and the words inked upon it. Watanabe Hall of Antique Books. The doors of the shop are shut tight. A yellowed paper is tacked to it, announcing the shop's imminent closure. And those ominous flickers of deep green blink in and out of existence, fleeting as mist in the sun. They rise and fall as if worn by the great breath of some invisible beast. You know if they already exude sends chills down my spine. My heart runs faster and faster, drawing me onward, but Kazamatsu's words are like the reins on a bridle, yanking it back before I can leap from my chest. She said to watch out. Tokyo's a global city, the heart of Japan. I've only just become privy to some of the secrets hidden from the public. Even so, I'm well aware that in such a vast population, a small proportion can still be a large number. It's possible enough that a mage might have passed by not long ago. It's just that... I look up. The Watanabe Hall of Antique Books looms before me, blinking gently in a beguiling emerald glow. A snowflake drifts down, light as a white down feather. Another follows, and still more come tumbling in until the pinpricks of light are like dots of paint on a blank canvas. The scene seems so familiar, but the elements it's composed of have been completely transformed. Amidst a haze of snow, a current stares in the air, unfurling all around me at once, whispering above my head and beneath my feet, bearing some delicate and indefinable scent. As the snow falls, warmth blankets my body. When I stare in that direction, I see nothing but a glow of emerald and white. I don't know whether this is that so-called Octopus, manifesting, or just a delusion from my fossilized brain. Everything here feels so real. It practically breathes with life and presence. It puts me on edge. I want to leave. And leave! Leave! Get out of there! There's a sudden itch in my arm. It prickles with goose flesh, as if my skin realized that I was being watched before my brain could. And those bumps on my skin seem to be growing, swelling out into longer limbs. The sight is familiar enough to dull my curiosity somewhat, but just then something scrapes my skin, the hair prickling against it, and a sharp itch is almost more than I can bear. Better go back and tell her about it. Before I leave, in a tiny patch of unperceived darkness, a feather slips from my stave. It drifts downwards, laden with hesitation and unease. Its emerald shaft and white plumes settle in a dirty snow melt and gradually dissolve. What do you mean? Why are we dropping feathers? What is going on in this game? When I open my eyes in bed, the sun is already aloft outside the window. I have no idea how long it's been up. My body feels so heavy, like I have sandbags bound to every limb. I've only felt like this after a full day of dance practice. Even lifting a finger is excruciating. Soft quilt weighs down on me, pinning me in place. Only my soul floats in the sunlight with the dust motes, basking in the gentle floral scent. I didn't dream this time, but this dreamless sleep has left me even more exhausted. Maybe this is just what it's like being human. The train crash, the death of Hatsuyuki and everyone else, and Kazuya's scars. Once something is no longer an accident, but the result of human action, the pain stops overflowing and is replaced by something else. Only when the patterns on the ceiling start to undulate and the shadow of the lamp begins to shift with the sun's rays do I finally regain enough strength to sit up and sort through my thoughts. I haven't seen Hamano-sensei since getting back. Hamano and Kazuya are fairly close, and Kazuya is generally the one who stays in contact with them. Hamano does seem to know what's going on, but I still need some way to get them to talk. Hamano-sensei's personality is so twisted, I could ask him any number of questions and barely learn anything. I could probably ask Kazamatsuru to look into it, but given her attitude, she might end up butting heads with Kazuya. Kazuya? I'm suddenly overcome by the urge to sigh. Surely he can't keep hiding the truth from me at this point, but apart from the living corpses and the magic, how much does he actually know? I think that's already quite a lot. If there's really no other way. Katsuyuki, Kazamatsuru, and even Sakurai, they all brought up the Sakuma family. I do my best to ignore the nausea that wells up my throat at the mere thought of this name. It might just be due to my amnesia, but I wonder if the family members Sakurai mentioned might not be as warm and kindly as I once imagined. After all, I never heard anything about the Sakuma family from the other troop members, and it's a fact that we haven't been in contact since my amnesia. But if someone is willing to lend a hand, I'll... No, that's wrong. I no longer have the luxury of telling other people you'll do and picking and choosing freely. Sakurai was right. I might have the chance to meet them soon. I don't know about any deep feelings for my so-called family, and perhaps this is one of the few cards I have to play. As long as I use it well, as long as my younger sister will accept it. My thoughts interrupted by a convulsive shiver, as if I'm warning my own brain not to venture any further. Before losing my memory, why exactly did I want to leave Tokyo? Best not to dwell on it. I'll just wait until Kazuya wakes up. Yes, I'll wait until he's awake. The other shoe has to drop then. Before that, there's the bookshop. The only trace of seeing sense of familiar was implanted, a scene that's both recognizable and alien. Somehow, I don't think it's coincidence. I'll tell Kazamatsuru about it and go take a look. Now that I've thought all this through, the exhaustion coiled around me is like a knot that's been cut. The whole tangle unravels and falls away. I'll wash up first to make a call to Kazamatsuru, and then I'll start by looking into the Sakuma family. I'm talking a big game, but my limbs are still sore and sluggish from sleep. My feet feel numb and inert, like I'm treading on cotton wool. Even such a short walk proves challenging. When I drag myself to the telephone, lift the receiver and turn the dial, I still have to lean against a table for support. I listen to the static on the lines, stomping my feet lightly to shake off that discomfort.
You go sleep early. Have a good night. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you feel better soon.
What is it? Kazamatsu's voice sounds in my ear. As I string together a sentence, my gaze idly wanders away. Which is how I spot something that shouldn't be here. That's... Hello? What was that? Hey, answer me. What? The sun today is the brightest it's been in days. What? Brother! What are you doing? When I leave my room, the hand on the wall clock is still hovering between 2 and 3. The sun's rays are no longer like a small light bulb, all glow and no warmth. They've grown hot enough to melt away the snow lining the streets. I'm not fond of thick clothing, so this is the one good thing that's happened to me recently. The one and only thing. A letter! The envelope in my hand seems to be smoldering. Ever since I made my call to Kazamatsuru and noticed a lightly scented letter lying on the table, and the fact that there was no trace of damage to the front entrance or my room door, it's been like a beacon in the darkness, ceaselessly proclaiming its presence. The paper's dry, soft and smooth. It emanates a chilly fragrance of violet leaf. The signature on it reads Zanina Sakuma. That's what made me finally decide to hang up the call, leave my room, and walk out into the lukewarm breeze. I do have one gripe about this game so far from just the demo. There really is no good point of ever being like, okay, I think this is a good stopping point, because the game just keeps going. I mean, obviously we're going to check out the entire demo, but like, how long is the entire demo? My younger sister has vanished from my memories, and her only exists for a fleeting moment in the mouths of others. Perhaps she wanted to save me, a new arrival in the city, from having to make too long a trip. After the standard pleasantries, she very thoughtfully set out meeting places the cafe I've been dining in for the past few days. The tone of her letter was polite, so polite as to be distant, but I feel every word like a thorn in my side. Yeah. It's like you don't really get a full-on break. It's like, okay, we arrived at our room and he went to sleep for like 2 text boxes, and then boom, we're already at the next thing. Like, that's not something where I'm like, oh, okay, I guess here's where I should have taken a break. It's crazy. A faint chill creeps from the soles of my feet to the top of my skull, as if countless eyes just discreetly swept across me, and my skin caught on before my mind could.
Yeah. Wait, maybe the saving screen will tell us? No. The saving doesn't help us, it only shows me what time it is for me. And the script also doesn't tell you anything. It's just like, yeah, it's just going. Goodness gracious. Even in this fine weather, I can almost feel my teeth chattering, and it has nothing to do with the season. When I push open the cafe door and see that that only one table is occupied, this mountainous quiet reaches its peak. It's a strange girl I saw the first time I came here. She and the maid standing behind her raise their heads in unison, and the identical wintry stares pin me to the spot. The complexions are equally pale. The spines and arms have the perfect straightness of antique western dolls in a shop window, ball joints, rusted and unmoving. They might never have drawn a breath. I recall the peculiar feeling I had when we first crossed paths. Now that I've realized the blood ties between us, that seems to explain it. My sister's calling to me through our kinship by blood. But why is she like this? Time seems to have frozen. Silence is heavy enough to choke on. I can barely think of anything else. It's all I can do to maintain my calm exterior. Are you Sarina Sakuma? The afternoon sunlight is bright enough to illuminate every speck of dust drifting through the air. In this world, saturated with the sharp scent of coffee, sits a doll-like girl gazing straight at me with keen golden eyes. Eventually, the muscles at the corners of her mouth flex, and a smile forms on her lips. It's a little stiff, but brings some life to her face. Yes, it's me, Onisama. You know what's funny? At least her skin seems to be like a slightly more alive color than everyone else we've seen so far. Her lips part ever so slightly, and she lightly exhales a long, slow breath that skates across the path, staring at ripples on its blank surface. Then she gestures, directing my attention to the stack of documents on the table. I do think you must have realized already, but to ease all your doubts, here's proof that you truly are my big brother. I shake my head. For the already renowned daughter of the Sakuma family, there's no need to bother with establishing bona fide. But I never know how to pronounce that, whether hers or mine. No need for that. I don't think you'd lie to me about this. Selena seems fully satisfied with her reaction. She doesn't just raise the corners of her lips, but her eyebrows as well. It's been a long time. You look much better than you did before. I'm so glad. Really? What did he look like before then? If this is better. Please sit down. I want to chat with you. Go to the kitchen, hurry them along. I don't want the snacks to be late. Yes, miss. The maid tips a small bow, then slips away silently as a piece of paper. Serena, for some reason hearing Nanonisama made me even more inclined to address her this way, keeps her eyes on me until I'm seated on the other side of the booth. Only then does her unnerving gaze retreat. She picks up a teacup. Against that artificial light, the velvet gleams a brilliant red. Minoru-san doesn't let me waste too much time outside, even though I have so much to tell you, Onisama. Please forgive me. This has to be a short sibling reunion. But before that, I think you have something you want to say to me, Onisama. I don't think I like her. I'm uncomfortable. More like, I'm uncomfortable with her general being. Serena takes a dainty sip of coffee, then sets the cup down on the saucer with a clink, leaving me room to speak. You should know that I've forgotten my past. So, even if you call me Onisama, I don't... I see, that's fine. It was always just me calling you that. She lowers her gaze, her eyelashes flutter like wings. I just wanted to call you my big brother. I haven't seen you in 2 years. It doesn't matter if you've forgotten the past. Our past, I'm just so very lonely. So lonely that I want to cling to even the smallest scrap of hope. That's how it is. Her expression is as cold as ever, but her eyes and brows droop down towards her little silver spoon, twirling soundlessly in a cup. You know, Onisama, back when you loved candied plums and sweet rice balls, I thought you were being so childish, eating all the sweets instead of our proper meal. A while ago, I finally realized how rare sweetness is, but you were gone by then, Onisama. Serena's voice has gone soft. Sadness hangs thick in the air, and the words I prepare stay jammed in my throat. I swallow them back down.
Sorry, I'm just worried. I don't know what to say to that, but I don't want to be rude. I hope you don't mind. Serena gives me a smile. Her facial muscles seem to have limbered up a little. Compared to her smile earlier, this one is more childlike and more befitting her age. Okay, Onisama. Well then, you called me here and you even... The thought of the letter delivered to my room while I was fast asleep makes my skin crawl and brings an involuntary frown to my face. Oh, that. I had somebody tell you. I'm sorry, Onisama. Oh yeah, just classic. And I discovered something I wasn't expecting, so I wanted to give you a warning. She's so calm as she spits out words that make it impossible for me to stay calm. I'm on the verge of screaming. That'd be rude, but at this point I can't bring myself to care about these niceties, or even whatever danger she's talking about. What do you mean you had somebody tail me? Well, I mean, I sent detectives, or as I like to call them, money-hungry fools, to keep a constant eye on my vulnerable brother and make sure he doesn't get caught up in anything strange or dangerous. That's all. That's all. Girl, hello. She cocks her head, seemingly perplexed by my reaction. A lock of hair tumbles over her forehead, obscuring the sharp contours that frame her eyes. I was concerned for your safety, Onisama. That doesn't mean... Why didn't you ask for my consent? I tamp down my swell of bitterness and keep my voice as even as I can. Serena doesn't look any older than 17 or 18. Just what sort of family environment could make this young girl think that sending people to tail at us, no matter what the motivation, is a reasonable thing to do? Serena's response seems to mock me for having forgotten myself and crossed the line. In a perfectly flat tone, she says the words I least want to hear in the situation. It doesn't matter. Isuru Kazamatsuru is actually a very level-headed person. I'm not worried about this little adventure you've arranged with her. After all, she can handle most of the special circumstances. It's just that you don't seem to have very good luck, Onisama. What does that mean? You still haven't noticed, Onisama. That's alright. That's exactly why I'm here. Just like how you can see fresh traces of magic now, you don't know how to rein in your own aura, and to other mages that makes you let's say a sitting duck. It's adorable. I don't see what's adorable about it, but Serena carries on, heedless. But these traces are like stains. They'll eventually be washed away by the rains of time. And thanks to the hard work of the Special Investigation Division, Tokyo has always been very peaceful. So peaceful that people who use any sort of little magic trick do their best to cover their tracks. The familiar she gave you simply lets you notice when other mages are nearby. You can see the traces their breath leaves behind, which are impossible to hide. Usually that's more than enough. The strange activity you saw after leaving the police station, followed by the Watanabe Hall of Antique Books, that can only mean one thing. It has its eyes on you. As she speaks, her spirit seems to rise. Some trace of infection even enters her voice. After all, you've forgotten everything you thought before you left, haven't you, Onisama? Whatever its goal is, it seems to really want you to go inside and see. You just made your promise to her, and the next instant a clue appeared. Isn't it just like those spirits who grant wishes in supernatural tales? I swallow a mouthful of spit. It rusts like sandpaper in my dry throat. You're saying that was what they call Lord Octopapa. Most likely. The wretch said he didn't get a good look, but I think you will end up going to the shop, Onisama, isn't that right? I nod. I don't want to go back on my word to Kazamatsuru. And since Serena came looking for me and didn't bring up Lord Octopapa, you must have some information on the Watanabe Hall of Antique Books. She brings her velvet gloved palms together lightly. The soft clap echoes in the space between us. I see you understand, Onisama. That's good. Minoru-san wants to see if you've made any progress in these years away. He thinks the bookshop owner will make the perfect target. But I still can't bear the thought of you getting hurt, Onisama, so please listen to me carefully. Before I came back, I just happened to acquire a little information through certain means. Some of it involved this bookshop owner, Tomoya Watanabe. Hearing this, I unconsciously snapped to attention. She's quite a well-known black mage. 20 years ago, she started working for an unofficial organization called the Assembly of Truth. The earliest records on the Assembly of Truth date back 40 or 50 years. To sum up, it's a church that uses the guise of Shinto to carry out mass rituals of debauchery and pursue the unification of all beings. Oh. I won't elaborate any further on the specifics of the worship. I'll expand on it in great detail, I'm sure. But the Naba was already notorious before joining the Assembly of Truth. Like a classic black mage, she hoped to explore the secrets of life and death through her research. The Assembly has recently established bases in Tokyo. The old bookshop you saw is one of them, Onisama. And after Tomoya Watanabe joined the Assembly of Truth, she leveraged their power to run even further amok. The trial got restrained after a clash with the Special Investigation Due to a lack of restraint after a clash with the Special Investigation Division, some information about her magic gradually came to light. To be precise, she can use magic traces as ink and spends time writing books about the lives of the magic owners. Once the book is complete, she can reveal the magic of the person who left that trace. The ambush which drove Kazumatsu mad is also what allowed him to figure this out. It's unfortunate that those officers died in vain in the end. They were nothing but additions to Tomoya Watanabe's book collection. They did some damage to Watanabe, but were all brutally killed. Itsuru Kazumatsu nurtured that team from nothing, and she was the only one who managed to escape.
That is not nice.
And on top of that, Watanabe was cleared of all charges. What a waste.
You mean what she's going up against is...
That's right, Onisama. An enemy who, having survived once, becomes even harder to defeat. And recently she's emerged from her burrow like a mole waking from slumber, sniffing around for a new target. What do you think, Onisama? If you do come home, no matter how Watanabe tries to curse you, she won't pose any threat. You'll be completely safe. As for Itsuru Kazumatsu, once she's made up her mind to die, who can stand in her way?
Sarino's tone is growing gentler, but with this sentence it snaps back into unyielding eyes. Anxiety squeezes my heart in a tight fist. I look into this girl's eyes, and as they gaze right back at me, I realize that apart from the deliberately honed tips of those eyes and brows, the golden irises are very much like mine. They're only a little more solemn. I almost agree immediately. Almost. Before I answer, I have a question too. What sort of person is Itsuru Kazumatsu? The girl's eyes widen slightly and her expression clouds. I begin to wonder if I shouldn't have said that, but then she finally speaks. If you take this chance to make her promise you something, she'd do it. That's the kind of person she is. Thank you. Just as I thought, if I get Kazumatsu to owe me a favor, if Kazuya really is connected to the mysterious organization. Sorry to disappoint you. I look away before the girl's expression melts into sorrow. I don't mean to turn you down, I just need more time to think. And before that, I have to settle things with Kazumatsu. Even though I have the right to refuse her, I need to keep my word. Even as I'm out this lofty proclamation, I just hope this girl doesn't expose my pretense. Is that so? I see you've learned how to bluff too, Onisama. Serena makes a sound of cool disdain and I almost slump over. Stare is almost palpable against my skin. Only when it shifts away can I catch my breath, the bitter taste of deceit now replaced by the guilt welling up in my throat. Well, in exchange for your rather unsatisfactory response, I'll go on a while longer. Let me tell you a thing or two that might give you nightmares. There is so much. There is so much. You know something, Onisama? Mage's inborn talents manifest as soon as they draw their first breath. There are very few people like you who live an ordinary life until sensing a deity's presence and becoming a mage. And among those very few records, there's no one else like you. Onisama, who beholds the patron deity so frequently. Girl, I don't understand anything anymore. What the what? What? What is going on? Well, I can't say that for sure. After all, the records only reflect the formal list of rightful deities. Also, non-human beings who take advantage of this to entrap followers, preach, and expand their influence. It gets dangerous. The thing by your side, Onisama, it doesn't seem to be anywhere in the Takamagahara myths, does it? Cold sweat trickles from my palms, judging from Serena's description, rather than saying that Lord Octopterus has a... It's a second E that fucks me up. Octopterus has appeared. It might be more accurate to say. Has it always been with me? When these words leave my lips, Serena's expression slowly ices over, and Helen transforms into a spine-chilling smile. Don't be scared, Onisama. Just come home. It will all be fine once you're home. When the time comes, I'll protect you. Serena-sama.
The maid softly interrupts us. I have no idea how long she's been silently standing beside the table. My deepest apologies for interrupting your meeting with the young master. It's almost time for the meeting so arranged between you and the supplier. Serena's expression doesn't flicker. She sets down her teacup not much emptier than before and rises to her feet. Alright, Anisama, it looks like you need to make up your mind. Before you do, I hope you consider that you still have a little sister waiting at home for you, and you've abandoned her for so long. See, this is... Boom! Scene over suddenly, immediately in the next scene. If I do get to give one... Even if we're not done yet, if I have one type of feedback to give, is definitely try and have these scenes not swap over that quickly. After Serena and I might depart, I have no time to waste either. I leave the cafe and almost immediately run into someone I saw not too long ago. Mitsuru Kazematsuru is standing in front of that little door in the alleyway. She can't have been here long. The footprints are still intact in the snow. What are you doing here? What am I? You've got some nerve saying that. For certain someone didn't hem and haw over the phone, say he had an emergency and hang up on me right after I picked up. You think I'd be ditching work to run over here? She gives me a few rough swats. You're not hurt at least. What happened? Sarina Sakuma just showed up looking for me? Oh, your sister. Well, how'd it go? What do you think? She's kind of a weird kid, but... At first I thought it was all just a misunderstanding, but it turns out blood ties really are a magical thing. She came to see me to tell me about a black mage named Tomoya Watanabe. What was her name? My voice involuntarily softens under Kazematsuru's steely stare. Tomoya Watanabe. Where is she? She runs an old bookshop called the Watanabe Hold of Antique Books. The exact location is... Are you okay? I'm fine. Just fine. So she didn't just escape punishment, she even waltzed back into Tokyo in broad daylight. I've never gotten one of her cases. I'd have recognized her right away if I did. Staying hidden this long. Either she's learned to cover her filthy tracks or someone around me's helping her. Hey, just perfect. What else do you know? The shop's probably going to shut down soon, but I don't know when. I choose my words with caution. Kazematsuru's Kazematsu paces a few restless steps, then comes to a decisive stop. Lead the way. Right now? Right now. Don't tell me to think it over or any of that bullshit. If I go back to prepare, this will blow up into a big deal. It'll be too late by then. Take me then, leave. As for what I promised you, go see Shibata. He's a coward, but he obeys my orders. I've already told him to help you out. He won't leave you hanging, don't worry. You'll just stand there. All you have to do is point me in the right direction. Tell me where she's hiding, what street, which alley. You can stay out of it. Or are you refusing? Kazematsu's expression steadily darkens as I remain silent. But for Kazuya's sake, no matter what, I have to bite the bullet and make a proposal she's sure to reject. I'm not refusing, I want to go with you. Have you gone mad? Oh, you said it yourself, my powers are special. I can help you. Sarina and Minoru Sakuma, they think so too. I said so. I look up, and for what might be the first time, I meet her eyes of my own accord. I have to muster even more courage than I imagined. Bringing a newbie with me would be insane. This isn't like one of your little stage plays. You could die. Perhaps, just as Sarina said, I really will die, and she and her Minoru-san will just look on from the sidelines. But more importantly, I need Kazematsuru alive. I need the truth about what happened to everyone, and I need Kazuya to be safe. Besides, this is the nature of the Sakuma family's trial. I doubt I have the right to draw on their power unless I pass this test. Some things matter more than death. Sure about this. I gaze squarely at her and nod. She sighs and looks away. Fine, I'll give you an opening. An opening to cast a spell. But how can I let you face her alone? I can fight you. No, you can't. You've barely even practiced channeling your magic. If you insist on butting in, you just get in my way. Besides, it's been so long. I have no idea if she's picked up any new tricks. What you can do is converse your magic while I buy time, and then pinpoint a weak spot for her, just like you did to me before. It's too late to teach you anything now, damn it. I'll just have to... Kazematsuru mutters something under her breath as she uses the tip of her boot to inscribe a course of a complex circular pattern in the snow, enclosing me within it. In fact, there's traces which mages can't see, really aren't really that obvious. Which means that if the opponent doesn't have a familiar and you're well prepared enough, you can keep anyone from spotting those little sparkles. That's all we can do now. She produces her dagger from who knows where, and without hesitation, she slices an inch-deep gash into her palm. As blood gushes out, she lets it trickle into the circular pattern, and like water flowing through a canal, it runs neatly along the carven route without a single wasted drop. I cannot read. Shocked, I reflexively whip out my handkerchief and try to bandage her wound, but Kazumatsu decisives my extended hand without batting an eye. It's fine. I'm just using my blood since I don't have any proper materials on hand. Settle down. She keeps up a constant murmur as she kneels before the steaming snow. This flash be girded in the power woven within the divine feather robe. I like that her hand is actually in front of her nameplate, that's cool. Glimmers of light rise from the pooling crimson, clinging to my cheeks, whipping up a burst of wind, like a flock of birds taking off from the eaves into the sky. With every syllable she utters, her face grows paler and paler, as if she isn't spitting out words, but instead a living fluid that sprays her organs. By the breath of the sacred trees and the wind that binds earth to heaven. As Kazumatsu's cry, the wind sweeps up the fallen snow, and in a single dizzying whirl scatters it into fine powder once again. The tiny motes flutter to the ground, born anew. It's a flash of light, and then it vanishes without a trace. And I know you're worried about me. Kazumatsu gets to her feet, she smiles. It's a tiny smile, barely there, but I see it. She writes books about the people she battles, that's how she uses their powers. I've already seen almost all of those. I'm sure my subordinates and I are in there too. But it's been 5 years since the Special Investigation Division was founded. I was the one who fitted them out in their first uniforms. Who could know them better than me? I'm not as frail as you think. Lead the way. The exterior of the Watanabe Hall of antique books is still bathed in deep green. Something's off. Even if she was just setting off magical fireworks here, it shouldn't be this conspicuous. Kazumatsu crouches, peeling off her gloves, and lightly touches the ground. Fingertips come away coated with soft snow, which melt to reveal greyish-white particles barely visible in the sunlight. Bone ash. Looks like the concealment barrier failed, but even so, the way it's overflowing, it's like everything's coated with a layer of magic. Your sister tell you what happened here? It wasn't Selena, it was me. I saw the figure of Lord Octoptodopus here. So it's divine influence. That's odd, but forget it. There's no time to harp on it right now. She stands up and dusts off her hands with a self-deprecating laugh. Then she pushes open the aged-black lacquer door of the old bookshop. The wind chime brings her crystal clear, and sunlight streams into the dim room. Kazumatsu is silent, staying protectively in front of me. I look over her shoulder and take in the entire space. The room doesn't seem to have been cleaned in a while. Our footsteps stir up a huge cloud of dust. Indistinct shapes dangle from the plaster walls. I can just barely make out some plants with the beyond recognition, demonic gnome masks and faded tapestries. The weathered wooden shelves are crammed with yellowing books. The cracked floorboards emanate the clammy smell of decay. Formerly vibrant paint is peeling, exposed innards are furry and stained black by moisture and mold and reek of damp. Maybe she's already dead. The gap between the shelves is just wide enough for a single person. As we pass through, my neck itches from the spiderwebs that cling to it. The further we go, the dimmer it gets. The only gleam of light comes from the tortoise shell fragments inlaid in the antique prints on the wall. It's not that the space lacks lamps or windows, but they're all blocked by the dense bookshelves that tower to the ceiling, so no shaft of light can penetrate. And the books perch precariously upon those heights, serving everyone beneath. Oh, never mind. Dear me, I never expected anyone to visit my little shop. Ooh. What's happening? The wind chime seems to have disturbed someone. The ancient air is split by an equally ancient voice. Every wheezing breath is gummed for sticky yellow phlegm. It's like there's a tattered set of bellows built into the speaker's chest. The cane taps upon the staircase. I hear a thud, followed by a prolonged and heavy creak. Then this repeats again, over and over, until the noises finally settle to the ground, like a boulder lowering out into a skull. What are you looking for? I might be able to help. Kazumatsu keeps her voice low. She sounds surprisingly at ease. It's like the person in front of me is someone else entirely, who simply walked in here by chance and has never seen bloodshed. Only I can see the tremors of rage running through her body. Oh, ma'am, I was wondering if you have any older poetry collections. There's so many books in here, I don't really know where to start looking. The third shelf on the left should have what you're looking for. I stay close behind Kazumatsu, keeping every footstep soundless. Oh, what an old edition of the Manyosu. I really struck gold here. Kazamitsu picks up two books at random, her fingers drumming against them. She keeps walking onward. Why did you decide to set up shop in Ginza, ma'am? I mean, land's pretty pricey here, isn't it? No. What is money, after all? You can take it with you. Hearing all the hustle and bustle does me good. It makes my old bones ache a bit less when I exercise. That's true. Speaking of, there's a police station around here, right? It's pretty safe, too. The most trouble I've ever had is the occasional rat or bird. Pink glow washes over Kazamatsu's face. She lifts her hand and makes a gesture I don't understand. Then she pauses it and changes it to a clear sideways motion. Stepping softly, I conceal myself in a vast shadow of a nearby bookcase. By the way, I saw outside. You're planning to move soon. Why's that? Oh, it's just that Tokyo's getting a bit too old for these old bones. Cold. Back to you, Missy. Have you decided what you're going to buy? Kazamatsu's voice is sweet, but her eyes are more savage than I've ever seen them. Of course. Here I come. Those words, she purses her lips as if she's blowing outward.
Oh, it's not that I can read it or anything, but the text moving like that is very cool.
Wind. Wind erupts through this cramped shop jammed with furniture, surging between the sealed doors and windows. Then with a rapid volley of ear-splitting whistles, a tremendous force bursts outwards on both sides. The air becomes a maelstrom of fragile wood splinters. Bookshelves topple over. The wind sends the books tumbling, rips them apart, and blasts them up towards the ceiling. I cover my ears against the piercing cracks and huddle on the ground. Just as I've done before, I let my magic flow through me. 1, 2... Oh, she missed. Or was she blocked? So it's you. Still hidden behind a pile of books, I carefully squint through a gap in the bookshelf. At a few explosions, I hear Kane rapping against the floor. It slowly draws closer. So close that every groan of the floorboard seems to last an eternity. I see you've learned a thing or two in these few years. I can hear that laughter, ancient and rotten and cruel. Good, I'm glad to see you're so full of energy, but you're just a little late. Why now? Shouldn't you have done this when they were screaming in agony, their bodies melting away? With a hunchback and kerchief, the monster looks like any other old woman. She caresses the gleaming knob of the cane, smiling placidly. The bright pink and dark green lights, lodged in the air in front of her, slowly fade away. I just simply feel sorry for a poor old woman. It's really such a pity that you couldn't kill me. Kazamatsu's face remains impassive. She says nothing. Something's protecting her. For a few seconds, I manage to ride free of my burning morass of thoughts. The old woman opens her mouth once again, and Kazamatsu's figure suddenly sways. No, that isn't her. The swaying shadow sends ripples through the air. A sharp dagger steps through an open book, and darting swifter than the eye can see, she appears behind the old woman. She leaps high in the air. The dagger spins between her fingers, and a ray of clear white light flashes from it. The very tip of its blade is smeared with a blackness deep and dark enough to swallow all color. She soars into the darkness, without a sound, without so much as a tremor of breath. The rustle of a turning page. A translucent bubble suddenly bursts. The froth of green foam is split by the dagger's blade, exploding into a chain of green-white sparks. Blood gushes from the wound on Kazamatsu's palm. As the foam dissolves in mid-air, she involuntarily staggers backwards. And a sharp wooden stake pierces through the vestiges of white light, hurling straight towards Kazamatsu's face. The blade and the stake collide. An explosion rings through the air. The rotting floorboards shatter under Kazamatsu's feet. She springs upward again, storms of bright colors swirling around her feet. The soft breeze cuts through the dust and darkness, revealing a razor-sharp blade circling the old woman. Somewhere I can still hear pages turning. Before the old woman dodges, there's no better opening than now. Ignoring the fiery pain in my mouth, I enunciate it as clearly as I can. May she henceforth be unable to move. Kazamatsu's momentum doesn't slow. The gale rolls behind her until a blur of silver light kisses the old woman's neck. The sound of a blade sinking into wood. It looks like you haven't learned your lesson from that old story. The old woman's voice issues from the shadows of the bookshelf. My eyes go wide. Oh, you brought a new little rat. Quite a curious one at this time. I'll be sure to study him very carefully. Come to think of it, does he know how his own predecessors died here? Roots snake through the floor beneath my feet, kicking up pitch-black dirt, leaving furrows like huge earthworms. I don't know if she's figured out where I am. I don't want to make any rash moves. But suddenly fleeing now might be even more dangerous. A root scrapes against my foot, its surface hard and jagged. I clamp my hand over my nose and mouth. I don't dare to make a single sound. I might not be getting enough air. My face floods with heat. Fortunately, that thing shows no signs of returning. I only notice now how fast my heart is pounding. Kazumatsu's cold voice rings out from the other side of the room. She blends into the darkness. I can't even catch sight of her. All I see is a motionless shadow. Next time I won't leave you enough breath to run your mouth, Tomoya Watanabe. I hear the slash of a blade slicing through branches. Crawling vines, bows, and thorns have spread across the entire bookshop without me realizing it. They're studded with brightly colored blossoms. Do you remember this? I can hear the smile in the old woman's voice. It's so covered in the blood of those children of yours. The last one was a lad who liked plants. When his sub ran right through the chest and hung him on the fence to bleed out. He made quite a lot of noise, I'm sure you heard it. As soon as she says this, the calm airs are abruptly torn apart. Kazumatsu charges out from another corner, reaching the old woman in an instant. The spot where her voice came from holds nothing but a dissipating gust of wind. The wind sends dirt and wood flying. The woman is lifted perilously aloft by tangled vines. As writhing plants rip their way out of the ground, their softest parts glinting like cold metal. As Kazumatsu darts past, they pursue her every step, sharp tips plunging repeatedly into the ground with a barrage of snapping sounds. Kazumatsu's silhouette stretches out impossibly long. All I can see is a blur of white-grey hair flashing past, weaving through the chaos like a lethally cold tempest. She jumps, propelled by the whirlwind beneath her feet, nimbly evading the plants that graze against her. One of them slices a deep gash in her coat, but thankfully no blood is spilled. Once again, her dagger bears down on the old woman, who has a book lying open in her hand. The instant the page turns, the space before her suddenly warps. The air all around Kazumatsu seems to spiral towards the center, forming a vortex. If she keeps going, she'll be sucked in. My entire body is feverish. When I try to open my mouth again, there's a faint swollen ache in my throat. But I couldn't care less. I have to. Nothing stands in the way. Kazumatsu falters for the barest instant, then keeps hurling forward. Foliage in her path crumbles away, exposing a translucent membrane like a bubble, and beyond that, the astonished face of Tomoya Watanabe. The dagger plunges through the thin membrane with a blinding white light. The old woman's lips curl into a cold smile, and Kazumatsu returns it. In the first attack, the air projectiles were buried under the other waves of compressed air. This time, they rained down mercilessly with deafening shrieks, crashing into the hard membrane with irresistible force. The destroyed plants are naturally beyond recovery, and the interval before other vines can grow is enough time to unleash her pent-up murderous intent. The first missile stirs ripples, the second creates a crack, and the final one rips through the membrane completely, tearing open a fatal rift. If you're using Ageshi and Ayahara's magic, you should know the weaknesses just as well as I do. For one, it's not flexible enough. For another, it can only take so much damage. This time my dagger finds its mark. It speeds through the fissure created by the air and slices straight across the old woman's neck. Blood fountains out. Then I hear a hoarse cackle, and Kazumatsu clicks her tongue, irked. Touch that. Pity. A sturdy vine cuts Kazumatsu off before she can keep attacking. A slimmer vine rips around the old woman's waist, smashes through the railing of the overhead walkway, and hoists her to safety, putting her out of reach for now. The old woman has one hand pressed to her throat, which was nearly slit, and the other on her open book. A soft white light glows amidst the dripping blood, and her ragged breathing stops for a second. Then the injury in her throat knits back together, and in its steps, a gaping wound cuts nearly through her eyelid, and the eyeball beneath oozing a mix of blood and tears. Her face looks even more sunken and atrophied now. You're weaker than before. Kazumatsu puts her hand behind her back, signaling me to change my hiding place. I step softly, but my increasingly dizzy brain conjures the illusion that my body is growing hotter and hotter, that I'm threading on clouds. No, it isn't an illusion. Wait, you're just as reckless as you were before. You did a little better this time, but still no real improvement. Yeah, don't say that. The itch in my throat is getting sharper. I can't take it any longer. I clap my hands over my mouth and cough as softly as I can. Coughs become more violent, spiraling out of control, until I've gone from hacking up saliva to fresh blood. It's raced between my fingers, impossible to hold back. Uh-oh. My head is on fire, my body is shaking, cold jolting through every nerve like an electric shock. I feel like I'm being buried alive in both lava and snow. All I can do is feebly wrap my arms around myself with wound. Bubbles. Amidst a blast of heat and cold, pain claws from my marrow, coiling around my bones, stripping away my control of my own muscles. I retch, but all that comes up is a reeking, blackened mess of blood. I think Kazumatsu is sprinting towards me, but new plans spring to life, cutting her off. The deck and the wind hack away as much as they can, but they always seem one step behind. She won't make it. Roots are growing at my feet. They heave away the soil and slowly unfurl tender new shoots. The first thing to be ensnared in that wooden cage is my leg. Plants wind tightly around me, digging into my skin and bones, as if I'm no more than garden trellis for flowers to climb upon. They squeeze so hard, it's like they're trying to extract some delicious and nourishing juice to quench their thirsty roots. My vision is going black. My body might be screaming, but all I can do is vomit endlessly and painfully until my stomach and gullet burst from my mouth. As I said, you haven't improved. You didn't even look into what I gained these past years before you came blundering in with a greenhorn. I spit out another mouthful of blood and tried to invoke my magic like I did before. I can just say that my body is fine, but the branches immediately clench even tighter around my chest like they're reading my mind. I think I really do scream this time. Kazamatsu's footsteps seem to have slowed as well. She coughs once, then her breathing becomes right, just as mine did. Her lips are pressed tightly together, but the occasional cough bursts out, impossible to contain. You've been poisoned too. If you let them die, perhaps you can try to kill me again. Samatsuda's pallid face blooms with a sickly scarlet flush. She shoves her fist against her upper lip and spits out a gob of saliva laced with blood. But her feet never stop moving. She makes her way through the ring of plants and finally stops in front of me. She moves incredibly fast. It's a moment's work for her to sever the branches wrapped around me. She seizes my collar and with all her remaining strength, I am losing my mind. With all her remaining strength, she holds me towards the door. The wind bears my body along, its invisible knife slicing away the oncoming vines with a force that's almost gentle. It sets me down on my stumbling feet. As Matsuri stands before me, black blood streaming from my nose and mouth. Mission failed. You figure out how to open this door and get away as far as you can. Then in a flash, she springs back into a dense jungle of plants and unknown beings. I try again to summon my magic, but even breathing is a struggle. I can no longer tell if the pain I feel is from the poison in my bowels or the circulation of my own magic. As the searing agony threatens to rip my guts apart, I notice that the staircase cup with strange patterns is shuddering, and slowly, drop by drop, blood begins to seep from each stair. Then light explodes from it, a tsunami of magical force and some even more dangerous pressure. The overlapping sounds of battle seem to fade. I hear Kazamatsuru aspiring incredulously, but when I look back, all I can see is a storm of tumbling cherry blossoms. The petals scrape against each other with a harsh metallic screech. I'm almost completely parched. This time, it's impossible to force out a word like eliminate. Besides, there's still more petals waiting in the wings. I don't think elimination would go very far. Time to think. Do not fall. My muscles are convulsing from my own weight. My fingers are on the door handle, but the glow which settles on them is as faint as a guttering candle and just as powerless. I don't think I can use any more magic. Just as this flashes through my mind, something close to me shatters. Shout! Blood splashes onto my face. The spell, stretched beyond endurance, collapses. The accumulated petals descend in showers like a light snowfall. As Amatsuru's body is propped above me, one arm dangling limply, a copper-sweet liquid drips down and spatters in my eye. I truly never tire of seeing a rat struggle. Be fucking rude. I clamp my hands over Kazamatsuru's wound to staunch the bleeding, with every trace of remaining strength, but to my shock all I can sense is my own body failing, and darkness eating away at my vision. How can anything be kept from me in this place? This can't be, I know it. Yes, I'm an old woman, I'm wounded and blind and running out of magic, but so what? What does any of that matter within Maya to you? This time Kazamatsuru's eyes fly open wide. I mean, what did you think this was? I would have said the same thing. There's no way this is just a normal bookshop. Her last words are cut off by the dull thud of something striking flash. And now it looks like it's just you left. The old woman's bleeding eyes are firmly shut, but I aim unerringly at my own. I can hear my own feeble groans. I was so smug at the thought of my special magic, but now, for the first time, my complacent soul senses the approaching touch of death. Kazamatsuru was right. All I did was get in her way. I didn't help at all. If it had been more useful. I can tell if the sensation crawling through my nerves is physical anguish or the mental torment of regret. I reach out, clawing into my fingernails split, but I still can't dislodge the vines that slowly clamp up my body, enfolding me in their embrace. The bulk begins to swim with glowing black and white dots. Fragments of images flash before my eyes. Sarina Sakama, Itsuro Kazamatsuru, Kazuya, who doesn't get a last name, unconscious, and finally it all freezes on Hatsuyuki's lifeless face. Hi TK, good evening. I can't die. Even if I've never endured such agony, even if I have to squeeze the last drop of blood from my body, I cannot die. There's something I must do. Fear shrinks to an infinite small speck, leaving one last bit of room for thought, and resolve rushes in to fill it. Suffocated in an airless void, I see a white feather fall, as if in answer to someone's call. Pain. Merciless, relentless pain. I try to bring my body back under control, but it's immobilized by a flaying sensation, like a knife is driving away my nerves endings, turning my vision into a sea of white. Magical force wrecks my body. I only notice now that Kazamatsuru's body is slumped over, lighter than a falling blossom, or maybe I've just lost my sense of hearing. Or when do my ears roar with the sounds of falling feathers and Then why do my ears roar with the sounds of falling feathers and monstrous breathing? Magic rampages through every part of me, squeezing, mending, swelling. It tears apart the vines wrapped around my body and stuffs them into the ravenously gaping wounds. My skin peels away and branches immediately sprout from the bare flesh. A new layer of skin forms over them, but barely lasts for a second before the branches rip their way into frenzied growth. Amidst this inferno of pain, I part my lips, while my face splits open down in the middle, or it unfurls on all sides like a blooming flower. I can no longer tell the difference. All I can sense is muscles, veins, and nerves pouring out through the cracks, breathing, growing, spreading, meeting the mingled hot and cold air, and all cells quaking in unison, shrieking with the joy of countless silent howls as they lie bare to the world. Such is life, unfettered, voracious conquest, heedless of death or consequences, and this body is nothing but the peltries of husks, existing only to serve their most primal hunger. Perhaps I'm no human, but a worm struggling in its cocoon. Once my enveloping facade is punctured, all I can do is wallow in the festering slime known as blood and tears, watching it drip through the cracks. And all that is within me, but is not me, rejoices wildly, severing this untrammeled evolution, enraptured by almost eternal freedom. They bulge inside the bubbles surrounded by sinew and fat. They squeeze into the crevices between air and light. Just as the universe enfolds stars and humans in death, they twist and tangle to enfold the fresh untainted dust. My soul is born aloft in a sweet resonance that eclipses all else, painted in a shower of iridescent hues. I feel capable of anything: society, identity, thought, wisdom. Once I've cast them off, I will gain the power to redeem all of these meaningless losses. But Tanabe's wrinkled face is quivering violently. Attention has finally shifted away from Kazamatsuru's body, lying crumpled on the ground. She opens her half-lidded eyes fully for the first time, and gazes at me with an emotion I can no longer decipher. I've lost my vision, and yet everywhere my eyes spring open, and that is how, in her clouded irises and slightly unfocused pupils, I see my own reflection, shrouded in white feathers, both human and not, spitting forth a pus that erodes the bounds of reality. A humanoid figure, akin to both a bird and butterfly at once. In that instant, time becomes molten soft. Soft enough to dilate the definition of minutes and seconds, to leap across millennia in the blink of an eye. Right now I'm certain I can. My lips part on their own. I smile. Every single one of me. It is the smile of a child scribbling the first line of poetry in a notebook. My brain seems to be melting, soaring towards a future of sweet serenity. I probably have just enough time left to utter a few sentences. But it doesn't matter, as long as I succeed. Forget about everything else. Focus. I just have to remember what Kazamatsuru and Sarina told me about her. Holding this in my mind, I tell myself I have to speak. And so my indolent cells, submerged in bliss, reluctantly begin to stir. No, Itsuro Kazamatsuru, you and all the others were wrong. She, Tomoya Watanabe, is not able to use the magic of Anata after she has written the book. In essence, she draws power from writing itself, but she also needs a written record as a foundation. If she wishes to reuse it, she has to. Ooh. Oh, we get to choose. Oh, that's crazy. Illustrate, distort, engrave, dissolve, interpret, encant. I'm gonna use dissolve. I wanna see what dissolve is gonna give us. The iridescence shatters. All is silent. The space is as pale and stony as if it has been transfixed by a snake's stare, though once these words ring out, it exhales a muffled breath. Tomoya Watanabe moves as slowly as an actor in a pantomime. With motions so halting they border on exaggeration, she opens the book clasp in her hand. The way that fingers turned the page, Akashio has become painfully familiar to me over the past few hours. She looks up. Her hunchback seems to straighten slightly. Surely you know what you're doing. It's a miracle you're not dead in this state. Further reversion after this is inevitable. Why go to such lengths just to save someone? I don't understand what you've done, but I'm willing to let you go. We can put all this behind us. How does that sound? My mouthparts faintly detect a strange scent in the air, the scent of fear. The organ involved would probably be called my chest cavity unfolds, layer by layer. Air washes over the soft but resilient membranes. I think I'm the one speaking. Not great. Don't push your luck. She presses down on a page of the book and a familiar power surges. Wind whips up to kiss my bare body. But Anaba's eyes are wide with excitement, as if she can already see ahead to the next second, the scene of her collection ripping me to pieces. But the smile vanishes the next instant when the magic dissipates. You have to dissolve the complete book. But right now you can do that. Like I said, not great. Think about my expression, assuming an expression from a visage like this wouldn't scare audiences away in the first place. This must be the smile she least wanted to see. I don't know what happens next. After coming up with all those cool lines and delivering them in such a short time, I'm completely burned out. But thankfully, I'm still younger and healthier, which must be why, before my eyelids finally succumb to gravity and glue themselves shut, Tomoya Watanabe collapses from exhaustion first. To be honest, it's quite the fall. She lands with a loud crash, kicking up a wave of dust and blood. I wonder if, instead of Kazamatsuru's rage, this ordeal might be what proves fatal for the old woman. But maybe I'm being a bit too magnanimous, worrying about the enemy's physical condition. As all this nonsense drifts through my mind, I hear heels squeaking against the wooden floor somewhere out of sight. I try to turn and look, but this is too much for my spine, which has fallen half asleep and is as unyielding as a metal rod. Instead, I let those voices paint a mental picture of the people speaking. Oh! Sir, the time. Oh, you're truly such a handful. But you've passed the test. That's all I remember. The next time I wake up, I'm in a hospital. Soon after I wake, Kazamatsuru shows up in my room, swathed in bandages and casts. Even bundled up like a Western mummy, she seems far livelier than I am, with no visible injuries. According to her, when she regained consciousness, the Watanabe Hall of Antique Books was covered in blood and gore. But the only people there were Tomoya Watanabe, who had passed out on the floor, and me, still completing my slow transformation from a jumbled butterfly-bird-human hybrid back to a regular human. It was a frightful sight, but when she carried out an initial examination, she was shocked to discover that my version was gradually undoing itself. It was unclear whose handiwork it was, but at any rate, that meant I could hold on until the requested backup arrived. The hospital where we currently are is a Kazamatsuru family investment, serving special investigators and certain civil servants. The facility also provides treatments for victims of magic. They even let Kazamatsuru and me have an entire floor to ourselves on account of our status. So once I'm able to get out of bed and being cooped up gets too stifling, I have chats with Kazamatsuru in the hallway. It helps to while away the time. I'll say it again. How long is this demo? Because according to the Steam page, they're like, oh, a playtime of approximately 1.5 to 2.5 hours. With 52,000 words, 32 if we exclude variations. And I'm like, I mean, I know I'm reading out everything out loud, but we had almost 4 hours. I hope they didn't accidentally put more than they actually wanted in this demo. Right now, Kazamatsuru is sitting next to me. She isn't wearing her usual hat for once. She's in a relatively loose-fitting shirt, her arms draped over her lap. After hearing me out, she contours her face into an impressively tricky expression, one brow raised, the other furrowed. It looks a little silly. So some mysterious benefactor stopped your reversion and helped me deal with that old hag. Sounds like Ronin aren't totally exempt in Tokyo. And they even left her alive. Well, I guess killing somebody you can't resist. It isn't for everyone. Whatever, it all worked out in the end. I looked into it for you, and it seems like your recovery is coming along nicely. There should be minimal after effects from you overtaxing yourself. Just don't exhaust yourself again and you'll be fine. Really, what were you thinking back then? You could have run. You didn't need to go so far just because of an agreement I forced you into. What was I thinking? I have a friend who might be connected to that Assembly of Truth you mentioned, but I'm not sure if they were coerced into it or joined voluntarily. At first I was just thinking that if I got involved, maybe I could help cover this up. And later on, after I found out about your situation and you made it very clear that all you wanted was to kill the culprit, then I thought maybe I could get you to owe me a favor. So at least my friend would be safe. But in the bookshop, I was thinking I couldn't let her hurt you anymore. That's all. Oh, I see. She is most definitely one of the love interests. Kazumatsuru seems to have choked on a spit. She lapses into an earth-shatteringly loud coughing fit. It goes on for ages. Slowly, her breathing calms and she finally speaks again. I don't know who that friend of yours is, but I'll be suitably lenient. Assuming he or she hasn't done anything that endangers anyone else. Kazumatsuru stops talking. I hear the rumble of a car trundling towards us from the other end of the hallway. The nurses, familiar faces by now, are like cats who've spotted a mouse. Kazumatsuru discreetly gets up and leaves me to my fate, being battered back and forth like a doll between many hands. I try to shoot over a reproachful glance to the wall of arms, but the barrier proves to be completely solid. Why did you sneak out of your room again? Didn't we tell you to rest quietly? Sorry, it was just really stuffy in there. Anyway, I'll tie up all the remaining loose ends. You just relax and focus on your recovery. I'll be sure to do what I promised you, including the investigation. I'll let you know if there's news. I can't see Kazumatsuru herself, but her smile is audible in her voice. You better cooperate with those physical checkups. Wait. No sharp movements, hurry up and get back to bed. You're still very weak. Are you trying to catch a chill out here? I get it. Do you? A whole week passes before I'm permitted to move about freely. Kazumatsuru's arm still hasn't fully healed, but she insisted on removing the cast around her injury and replacing it with a splint to make movement a little easier. Like I promised, I'm taking you to see your friend's body. I'm not complaining that the demo is long in and of itself, but if I'd known it was this long, I would have said, okay, let's do it in 2 streams, because now I'm scared, like, if I end here, that it's only going to be like another 10 minutes. This is crazy. Hold on. Does it say anything? Did someone stream review? It would be funny. By the way, this is made by just 3 people. Yep. Just 3. Just 3 people. It's like, alright, it's one person writing the script, one person doing the art, and one person doing the programming, basically. I just wish I knew how much more there is in this demo. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, let's keep going. It's all done. I just got the news yesterday. They finished the examination. Then we have to notify family and make the arrangements for the body. I hear they're already on their way to Japan. There's still some time. You can go take a look before that. I follow down the stairs past the patients who are out getting some air like I used to. Soon I feel a chill setting in. The lights on the second basement level are glaringly bright. Kasamatsu is standing before a door. She reaches out and pushes it open, not too wide. Go in by yourself. I'm guessing you'd rather be on your own for this. Alright. Thank you. No need. You've helped me out plenty. The Anamog is very cold, but Hatsuyuki's skin is even colder when I touch it. But I stare quietly, dressed in a thin hospital robe. The makeup has already been wiped off her face, exposing the ashen skin and the dark blemishes that have formed on it. I gently part the equally chilled fabric, and there it is. Her body. Lifeless, charred and torn, crisscrossed by long jagged scars of stitching. A body. And passes and passes and passes, until her fallen teardrop is as cold as her deathly still air. Ah! Did you see her eyes open? Wait. Oh, I can scroll back. I can do it again. Hold on. Boom. Scene. Her eyes open and the scene ends. That is spooky. It's now February by the Western calendar, but the winter cold hasn't diminished in the slightest. When Shibata arrives in a rented rickshaw to pick up Kazamatsuru and me, he even brings fur coats to shield us against the elements. As the rickshaw lurches forward, Kazamatsuru suddenly speaks. What are you going to do after this? After this? The Sakuma family should be paying you a visit very soon, and they're probably sending the invitation to your place. And I hear you still have a friend in hospital. There are signs he might be waking up. Eh? She shrugs and grimaces, having jarred her wound. I'm just saying, you can't really pick more than one option, can you? If you still want to stay in the troop, it's an old family, and there's a very capable contender who's your age. You wouldn't make that much fuss over an AO who's traipsing around outside. If you want to go back to the Sakuma family, I figure Mino the Sakumas probably won't allow you to keep performing. After all, it's bad for the family image. Suddenly breaks into a grin. Or maybe you don't even want to be part of this whole hornet's nest. So what do you think? Kazamatsu, observing my turmoil, claps me on the shoulder with her limber hand. The silent encouragement helps me to gradually calm down. I think I'll... I see. Another choice. What do we do? I think leaving completely is probably a bad ending. I'd assume it's some kind of bad ending. Go back to the second family. I don't trust them. I mean, same, but it's like, I feel like we might learn more. Let's just start with the top option, see where it leads us. Oh, no, nowhere. The rest of the content is still in development. If you'd like to continue, please roll back and choose the leave this place option. See? I was so right. See? It's like, oh, wow. Ooh. Okay, wait. We sincerely thank you for playing. Features a complete oh, they had a different demo beforehand as well. Interesting. I did not play that. Yeah, it's just made up out of 3 people. So entirely by us alongside development, we also had publicity and a task. It's the first time making a game. The absence of an English translation for now? What do you mean? Huh? But it is in English. Huh? Okay. This will be introduced for the full game, we're aiming for release next year. I have to put those pants on hold. Oh, cool. Okay.
Okay, hold on. So I'm assuming then this one is going to give us the same message. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what the leave this place ending is then. I don't think that's... I think that is going to be a bad ending. Kazamatsu's eyes go wide. Really? And here I thought... I'm just a little tired. Good point. I thought you were just a regular person before this. Well then, the Kazamatsu family is a villa in Yokohama. How about I take you to see it? Oh? Ooh. Well, maybe not a bad ending. Warmth gradually returns to the marsh breeze, and the carefully tended lawns of the villa shed their faded hues, donning delightful shades of green. The grass is dotted with scattered flowers, a barely perceptible but refreshing scent wafts through the air. I slouch against the marble railing. This pose might be a little uncouth, but it's comfortable. When I look back on everything that's happened, there's a tinge of unreality to it, as if it were a lifetime ago. After answering Kazamatsu's question, I went to see Kazuya, who had awoken, and also paid a visit to the Sakuma family. Sarina was there to receive me, but let me know the son never showed himself. The troup's performances were postponed indefinitely due to a shortage of actors. Before they could restart, Kazamatsu invited me to stay at the villa she owned. A change of scene will help you relax, that's how she put it. And the scenery here is indeed as fine, she said. So fine that my nerves, which have been wound painfully tight for a while, are easing with every day here. But just like that, I've temporarily lost my chance to investigate my past, and exactly what happened to everyone in the troupe. Oh, sunbathing here today. Kazamatsu leans against the railing, her grey-white hair flowing in the breeze. I hear the cherry blossoms are blooming in the hills nearby. I'll be going to see them this afternoon. I'm off work, so I've got plenty of free time these days. Aww. At the sound of her familiar voice, my uneasy heart slowly settles into a calmer cadence. I'll just rest a little longer. It's fine, isn't it? Sure. In a corner where neither of us can see it, a feather drifts to the ground. Normal end one! A brief respite. I see. A short happy ending. Well, that's sweet. Okay, wait. Does this mean... This is why I made... does this mean... No matter which one I use here is going to give us... something? Yeah, I don't have the same one as... Solving this. Okay. Okay, it's all the same. Okay, and then I want to know what the difference is if we deal with the case immediately. Here, though, I go the other way. Okay, that's the same text, but I cannot skip it because I chose a different thing. Ah, no, it is a little different. Oh, okay, no, never mind. Okay, I guess there's more scenes here. If you go the other way around, but I'm not gonna... Interesting. Wait, is there a difference on the very first scene then? If you say different text here? Oh no, it doesn't matter on that one at all. Okay. Yes, that's fine. Oh, fascinating. A little sad that there is no gallery there yet. Since there were so many CGs in that already. Oh, this is good. I definitely have to tell them though. I think they're grossly underestimating how much time it actually takes you to get through just a demo. Like, yes, obviously I'm reading everything out loud, so it's going to take me longer, But they already have choices that actually give you differing scenes in this thing, so that's crazy. It was really nice. I am going to keep an eye. Keep an eye on this one for sure. I like it. But I wonder. So magic is, for sure is a thing, and he definitely seems to be connected to some kind of deity. And he does turn into, I forgot the exact word they use. But I guess they are able to reverse the reversion. It's interesting. It's very interesting. I'm definitely going to keep an eye out for this one. I see. The thing is, usually I don't like to play demos because then I have to wait. Then I have to wait until the full game comes out. Who knows when it will? But it's okay. It's okay. I have it on my wish list already. I don't know if it does anything on itch if I do the same, but I'm gonna try and save it there as well. I hope they get to continue working on it and are able to release it. This was very good. Usually it should give them some kind of boost, I'm hoping. But yeah, definitely this was way longer than I thought it would be. Like, my idea was, oh, we'll just play a little bit of this demo and then we'll go to the next game. But no, I guess this one demo does fill an entire stream just fine. We are going to check out more demos that are featured tomorrow as well. But now, thank you so much for coming by. I'll send you guys over to Snake, who is going to continue playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, so that's sometime after. He's still yapping currently. That's gonna be quite a change of pace. Thank you so much for coming by tonight. See you all soon.
Thank you. And bye bye. Bye bye.